All right, let me just I gotta send out the notification. Okay. Give me 2 minutes. All right, let me just I gotta send out the notification. Ah, echoing. There we go. Sorry. I was paying goblins all morning. Okay, give me a second. Okay, okay. Okay. Did I do everything? I need a handler. I'm kind of fucking with the Stormwind music. Let's let it roll. Hello everybody and welcome to the Jake Don't Draw live stream super show extravaganza bonanza experience. We are so back edition. It's 2026 and this is the fantasy portrait drawing challenge. I feel like my music died out. There we go. At just the least opportune time. I used to, time it to the drops. That was the original Jake Don't Draw live stream experience. Now we're all art. We're no performance. Okay? We're running a root beer Olipop today. It tastes like trash. This thing tastes terrible. Never buy one of these. Got 7 grams of fiber though. We're fiber maxing in 2026, everybody. I just want to let you guys know that is the goal for 2026. It is fiber maxing. We're off protein. No more protein. What's up, Prague Shell, Rogue, or Shoko, Krista, Balab, Identity, Smarty, Poifo, New York. Poifo's the original Goblin Master. Oksana, Jaslyn, Morokai. Oh, what's up, Moro? Emily, Bruno. I'm sorry I didn't give you guys all oh, what's up. Moro got like a little special treatment there. What's up, Gabriella in Paris? Hello, I am free. That's great. You got a lot of time to listen to me yap. Poppy tastes better than Olipop, but it's all about fiber maxing. Poppy's got like 3-4 grams of fiber. Olipop's like popping 7. I'm getting 30% of my daily intake. Maybe like 20%. Right off one sody pop. That's what it's all about in 2026. Guys, we drew some goblin fantasy portraits today. I'll flash mine. But, oh, I need to, like, put all the shit on the screen, too. Where's my face? Hey, there we go. I'll talk more about it later in a second. Just chilling with the chat here for a few minutes, and then we'll get going. I put together a whole presentation for you guys, okay? Ready? In a few minutes, you're gonna get to see this presentation right freaking here. And it's a good one. We also had over 50 submissions. Or so. Yeah, I think a little bit over 50 submissions, which is great. Oh, I didn't grab Hevos. Let me grab a Hevo. Because I didn't get you last time. You're the king of submitting 5 minutes before the challenge starts, Hevo. Yeah, I'll say that type of stuff in a second, though, actually. What about you? This one looks pretty good. That was about the other person, not Hevo. Hevo's also looks pretty good, though. All right, everybody. So a lot of you guys are probably wondering, Jake, my beautiful classical artist, the guy who makes Instagram shorts about how the West has fallen into modernity and degeneracy. That's what most of my shorts are about nowadays. But I'm not only that guy. You know, we're branching out. We're drawing orcs. We're drawing goblins. In 2026, we're drawing from our imagination. We're trying new shit. We're getting better in ways you couldn't conceive. I'm drawing goblins from evil machinations that you just wouldn't be able to come up with. I'm theory crafting new types of orcs. All right, that's what we got going on. And the reason why we're doing this isn't really because we're all gonna we're orking it. I'm just orking my shit. We're not all going to become master fantasy artists, but we are doing this because I think that it doesn't really matter what you want to draw. If you want to be able to draw anything for your imagination or anything that's not just a realist portrait, which I think pretty much all of us do to some extent, if you want to be able to do that stuff, well, it all comes from like the exact same skill set. It doesn't matter if you are drawing like an orc or drawing a person. They're all like just the same manipulations of form and line and shape and color. Of course, we can just take it all from a reference, but I think probably, hopefully, what many of you found and what I found very recently, I mean, of course, everybody experiences this over and over again throughout their drawing career, but hopefully what you guys have found is that when you don't have a reference, you realize that you don't know shit. And this should hopefully help solidify some of those ideas in your head so that you understand, you know, the basic ideas of drawing portraits, not only for orcs or for goblins, which I made this challenge orcs and goblins because I didn't want to do elves because I know that like 90% of you guys would just take a portrait off Pinterest and give it long ears. So we're trying to push our ideas here. And I'll go through about what the forms are and what the shapes are and how they can be pushed from realist stuff to non-realist stuff, whatever. But that's why we're doing this. You know, even if you never draw anything fantasy in your life, then that's going to be okay. Tung Tung Sahor Goblin. I've always wanted to do a narrative painting. Hell yeah. We all kind of want to do, maybe not all of us, but I think that's like kind of, I think if there's any one highest level to art, it's narrative painting, right? Like multi-figures in an environment, carrying out a narrative. It's probably the hardest thing that you could ever possibly dream of doing. You have to know how to draw figures. You have to know how to draw environments. You got to know a little bit about perspective. You got to know lighting. You got to know, composition ideas. You just have to know a little bit of everything. And I think people really underestimate how long it takes to get good at just, maybe not even get good, just to get okay at everything. Because I'm sure that we've all seen people online get really, really good in like 2 years. And I was always really mystified by this stuff. But, I've seen a lot of people recently who have been drawing for about the same amount of time as I have, 5 years, 6 years or whatever. And they're super, super, super good at something. They're really good at like stylized characters from their imagination. They're really good at, either, just constructive drawing from their imagination or drawing in perspective and stuff. But when I look at those people and I feel like, oh man, like I could know how to do that by now too. It's been the same amount of time. I'll also look and I'll see that, oh, they don't really paint, or they're not like super good at rendering, or they don't know that much about environments or perspective or something. You know, there's always other skills that I realize, oh, I've just spent my time doing this instead, and I'm not as good as that. But it's not possible if you only do this for like 5 years or whatever. I think people don't understand how deep drawing is, and so it's just not even possible to get to that, to understand everything in only 5 years. It really takes. I don't want to black pill you guys. You know, we having a really good conversation in the Art General in the Discord this morning. I don't want to black pill you guys because a lot of you guys are just starting out. There's tons of short-term progress you can make. It's incredibly fulfilling. Art is something that you should absolutely pursue. But 2D art, I think, genuinely is like one of just the hardest skills out there in general. It is probably one of the slowest building, most difficult skills that you can possibly learn. And it is just so stupidly deep. And you really, if your goal is like narrative painting or something, you don't get to a point where you're solid, strong at every skill, really until you're like 10 years in, and even then, there's like an insane amount to learn, and you're not going to be like good at a ton of different skills until you're like 20, 15, years in. Now, ideally, things get exponentially better. As you learn skills, you have more skills to learn other skills with. It doesn't always work out like that because of the emotional aspects of this, but generally, ideally, that's the way that it goes. Even harder than being in the military, even harder than being a single mom, is just sitting down and drawing some fun pictures. It's people don't want to accept that truth, but it is the one and only truth. So I don't like to say that often, because really it's not something that matters for most people, because most people are at such a beginner skill level that just learning like some really basic stuff could improve their art and skyrocket them ahead of all of their peers incredibly quickly. And so saying like, well, it takes 5 years or 10 years or 20 years or whatever, it's just not like a relevant conversation unless we're talking about like this big picture, which is normally not the conversation. The beverage is Olipop for the person who just asked. We're fiber maxing in 2026. It's not good though. This thing tastes really bad. It's terrible. I feel like things get weird when you've done it for long enough, but without ever really taking it seriously. Yeah, okay. And by the way, when I say 5 years, 10 years, I'm talking about 5 years, 10 years of serious practice, of taking lessons or studying from resources, reading books, practicing, applying those skills, being super intentional about it. If you say like, how long you've been drawing, and somebody says my whole life, there's like a 60 to 95% chance that they're like a complete beginner skill level, because time put in does not really equate to skill put out. It kind of does sometimes, but only if you're like intentional and learning things and intaking theory. So art is really like this balance. If you want to improve, it's a balance of making things and spending time doing it and intaking theory. So if we're all skewed very differently on that. I've definitely skewed way heavier on the theory side than the making side, and now I'm like trying to push back out. But a lot of you guys are really heavy on the on the making things. And there's pros and cons to both, There's a lot of you guys who just have drawn for fun and drawn like cool, like fun, cutesy, like fun designs that you've sketched out for years. Like a lot of you guys are like way better with shapes and making like little designs and sketches and stuff than I am because of that, because I haven't done a lot of like just fun stuff. Okay. Let's get into it. That was only 15 minutes or so. Let me read the chat here. Whoa. What are we saying? I raised the rent on a single mom of 3. Well, that's what she gets for not tipping, If you're not going to tip your landlord, then you deserve to get your rent raised, because we got to cover that, what you're not tipping. That's only fair. How would you translate intentionally trying to improve, but as a side hobby, passion type of thing apart from normal academic studies of other domains? I don't understand. Like, it's the same thing if you're trying to improve. And I think if you are in STEM or something, there's a ton of people in this community who are comp sci or STEM or engineering or whatever. I think a lot of that translates really well because you guys are already good at, I was in STEM too. You already know how to like study stuff, how to read a book, practice, copy the diagrams from the book. You get less hours a day to do it, but that's fine. You don't really need to spend 5 hours a day every day. You can just do little bits and pieces. And really for the STEM people, normally a lot of it is spending time to actually sketch for fun and to apply the ideas, not just like copy stuff. But I mean, really, first few years of drawing, like you really want to be focusing. This is the one. All right, we're not getting out of here in 15 minutes. Who was I kidding? This is the one thing that has been driving me a little bit crazy, and there's nothing I can do about it, and it's just the way that the world works. But I can't make any sort of statement that applies to everyone when I'm talking about this stuff. And so I'll make a reel where I'll say, oh, barg drawings are good practice, but people take them too seriously, right? Is my mic peaking a little bit? Let me throw a little bit of compression on there. Okay, that's probably a little bit better. Yeah, barg drawings are good practice, but people take them a little too seriously. They spend like 100 hours on them. They do them in sight size. They transfer everything over 1-to-1. They don't, they're not thinking super hard about it. They're just like filling in. I don't have a Twitch account, by the way. I only stream right here. They're filling in the gradients of light and dark really, really finely. All of that stuff. And they're not getting a lot of like iteration. They're not understanding that much. They're kind of just practicing the technical craft of putting lines down, which has some level of let's go back to the opening theme of Stormwind, man. It's some level of improvement, but when I say don't be too precious about your drawings, like barg drawings were done by kids to help learn the basics of proportion and measurement and stuff like that, I'll get a bunch of comments on that reel that say, so true, Jake, you're so right. I never draw from reference. Drawing from reference is just copying, and that shit is stupid. I would never do that. I only draw from my mind. And I'm like, no, yeah, it's not the lesson. That's not the meaning. Okay? That's not what I meant. I meant don't spend 100 hours on it, but you should probably spend like 3 to 5, up to 12, or even 20 on the harder ones, like whatever. I don't care that much about, the specifics, but you have to understand, like, you should still be, studying, practicing, drawing from reference and stuff. Just because one extreme exists doesn't mean you should jump all the way to the other side. That's just something that I see all the time on the internet nowadays. All right. Jake, have you done any climbing? You've got rather girthy wrists. I'm glad somebody said it, because we were all thinking it, right? Everyone was looking at my wrist girth. I was a server for years, but I feel like a lot of my forearm strength has died out. But it's the forearm strength is just from like serving, and also I just lifted. I'm trying to get back into lifting. The next challenge will be daily figures. Daily little quick sketch figures. Try to do it daily. Okay. All right, let's get into some critiques, everybody, and let's get this show on the road. This week was fantasy portraits. I can show you guys the challenge thread over here. That's the Stormwind. That's a PS controller. That's Elder Scrolls. Right here in our Discord, every 2 weeks, I put out a new challenge. This challenge was fantasy portraits, goblins, and orcs, okay? I wrote a lot of advice on this one. I take my time, I write these out, I give tips and advice, and I give you guys resources and stuff too, so I'm not just giving you a reference photo and telling you to go on your way. So I gave you books, stuff to look at, some great diagrams, YouTube videos, tons of YouTube videos. This one took me forever. And reference photos, Pinterest board, all that stuff, right? And we received, let's see, about 57 submissions. Everything looks really great. I'm really excited to take a look at these. Now, I will say, I am not a master at fantasy drawing, okay? I'm not very great at drawing from imagination. I did my own. This is mine. We'll zoom in a little bit. And I'll show you the process of this, but I don't have critique for every single one of you guys. I really am going to talk about the stuff that I'm comfortable in. I'll come back to the design and shape ideas and fantasy stuff in like a year, okay? I'll be better at that stuff. So I'm really just focusing on bigger ideas. How do we construct bases? How do we push shapes? How do we push form and construction and stuff like that? And I'm not going to, I don't have a lot of critique or really anything to say for like you guys in like the bottom row here. And apologies for that. But I think even if you are towards the bottom, there's probably still, like a lot of you guys are good at design and stuff. You might not know all the technical construction. So there's, stuff a little bit for everybody. All right, so I drew a goblin nerd. And I'll show you the process for this. We get to some relaxing PS1 music. Let me pull up the process. I switched some mic settings around, guys, so it's going to be a little bit different. So if if the mic sounds like kind of shitty or whatever, let me know. Let me go through my labyrinth of files here. December, Goblin, Challenge, MP4. Okay, sick. I will show you the time lapse. So I started out this with just some pen drawings, just doing really loose gestural thumbnails and stuff. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I was thinking, what are goblins? I kind of wanted to do a goblin more than an orc. Well, I have a little presentation on that in a second. But I was thinking, like a goblin holding a coin or something. And then I eventually came up with this maybe goblin tinkerer working at a workbench looking through a microscope or something. So I took that and I brought it into Photoshop and I started drawing on top of the thumbnail. And I started working out my first sketch, which ended up being like this basically. And it was okay, but it's kind of hard to find the... Yeah, oh, there we go. It's okay, but I felt like the perspective wasn't very good. It's kind of flat, looking at a weird angle. Like, it just could be pushed more, right? That's what thumbnails are for. So I did another sketch, and I tried to sit that camera down much lower, looking up at the goblin, pushing some of the face shapes. I kind of came up with this, like, mutton chop idea here, and then pushed out, some of these ears and stuff. And I really liked this one. This one was really good, and I almost went with this one, but I decided I would do another one. So I did one more, and I came up with this one, and I really like this one, so I was kind of 50-50 in between these two, but I like this one a little bit more, so I decided to keep pushing this one, and I was going to stick with it. So I went in depth a little bit more, started working out kind of the specifics of what this was going to look like. At this time, I was thinking Goblin Tinkerer. I posted this on my Instagram story, and somebody said, what could you possibly need a microscope and a hammer for at the same time? That's a good idea. That's a good point. Goblins, they got tiny little hands. They're really good at maybe doing very tiny little things. Yo, that was me. That's funny. So, it's like children in the coal mine, right? They're good at it. That's what they're there for. So, maybe he's doing really small little clockwork stuff, like a watchmaker or something. I don't know. I ended up kind of changing around the tools a little bit. He's tinkering. So I was going to stick with that for a long while until like late last night, I decided. So I wanted to push this idea more, so I started to do some value sketches. I did just a basic lighting setup. I tried another one with like a different lighting setup. It was like, all right. And then I came up with the idea of like, oh, what if it was backlit? And this is something that you see in a lot of splash art and stuff, backlit. So I decided that one looked the best, so I was going to keep pushing that. So I threw some color over it, just basically repainted it with color. And I got to about here. and I, just freaking painted it. Not too much to say on the process of the painting. I'll just let it play. Whole start to finish, a little bit over 7 hours of like active working time. Yeah, and it was here last night that I was like, oh, I don't like the 4:3 aspect ratio. It kind of feels weird for digital illustration. I want it to be wider, I think, and I wanted a foreground element. So I wanted to put some like vials or something in here, but I didn't like how this covered his hand. So I widened the aspect ratio this morning and put in a little homunculus. I decided to make him more of like a medical guy because it just makes more sense. And yeah, we got the homunculus that he's making. He's got another homunculus over here. He's got like a little syringe thingy, and a bag of like methamphetamine. I didn't really know what to do over here. I was gonna put like a feather quill pen thing, but I just I couldn't. I need to fill up the space somehow. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm really happy with where this is, and I didn't really use any refs. That's one thing that really I was happy with. I really used very little refs for this entire process. And I said this last night to someone, this is really kind of my first time I think I've ever just noodled around rendering a painting without refs. I don't think I've ever tried that before. And I'm really happy. It was super fun, and I felt like I learned a lot and just like had fun experimenting and just messing around and tinkering. So yeah, I think that's cool. There's, lots of like material things that, I need to redraw the perspective of the microscope because it's all fucked up. I need to get a better, stronger front light source here that kind of is much more clear, fill in some of the pieces of the background that are missing. And there's all sorts of material and rendering stuff in every piece of this that could be improved. But I think it was really fun. And I learned a lot, and I'm really happy with where it is. So I should probably keep pushing it because I need more experience pushing some of that stuff. So yeah, very good. All right, let's get on to my presentation here before we get into the crits. Good job focusing on trying to give him a story. Thank you, Canvas. Yeah, that's what I'm interested in doing. I want to make like little illustrations. I'm not super interested in like character concepts. I'm practicing character concepts and stuff to improve my design skills, but this is the type of work that I think I see myself making, like just little like slice of life illustrations of various things, not specifically goblins. Little druggy, gotta love him. Buying speed for your goblin trader, not the homunculus. You guys know how we turned that homunculus into a fucking he turned the egg into the homunculus, right? You know what he injected in there, right? Kind of crazy. All right, everybody. Welcome to Fantasy Portraits, how to draw them. I put together a short presentation for you on everything you need to know about fantasy portraits and how to draw them. My name is Jake Don't Draw. So, what is an orc? The challenge for this was orcs and goblins, okay? And it's not papyrus. Oh, fuck it. There should be some papyrus, though. We'll just do that one. Papyrus is kind of an orc font. What is an orc? So, I did orcs and goblins because I said this earlier. I'll say it again because people are joining in. If I said elves, if I said fantasy portraits in general, you would just take some cute Pinterest girl and put long ears on her, right? Like, this is an exercise really in understanding what are the forms of the face and how do we push them? How do we stylize things? How do we turn something into something else, basically? Like, how do we take a sphere and pull on it and make crazy and interesting things with anything, right? So that's why I did orcs and goblins, because they're at least somewhat characteristic. So what is an orc? Well, they're normally quite dumb. They're normally strong, right? They tend to be green. I didn't write that one down. I can put it in though. Black. Let me take a green. They tend to be kind of ape-like, right? What I mean by that is they have normally smaller craniums big brows, big strong brows, right? Wide, strong chests, muscles, shoulders. They're more like, primal ape, gorilla, like strong people. And that goes in line with them being warriors. Sometimes, like in World of Warcraft and stuff, which, I'm referencing quite a bit, there are sometimes like sage ancestral magic type, but normally they're like brute strength warriors, right? You can think of like the braided hair, tribal makeup, animal hides, that type of stuff. You don't normally go to an orc to consult their intelligence. So, Jake, only World of Warcraft and Warhammer orcs are green? Really? Where are there non-green orcs? I really don't know, like, D&D lore and stuff. Orcs aren't in D&D, I don't think. I don't know where orcs even come from. I didn't really read the history of, like, orcs and goblins for this presentation, as you might have guessed. I did browse Pinterest, though. Lord of the Rings ain't green, but they're kind of like fucked up, though. And some of them are kind of greenish. The Lord of the Rings ones are green enough. They're like, like this. Are orcs in D&D? Read Tolkien, buddy. I watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy for the first time on a plane. I watched all 3 extended cut like 2 months ago. But I have a thing about being green, okay? Just shut up. Shut up, class. Shut up. Teacher's talking, all right? Take everything I say as fact. So generally, like I said, orcs have, this is more like the World of Warcraft orc, which I already said I'm referencing incredibly heavily here. Big, strong brows, giant jaws, tusks, pointed ears, generally not huge ears, though. Ogre-like faces. We can classify the ogre in here. We'll put him in the orc. There's really, if you made a skin green, I'd call him an orc. This guy's got a tusk. Some of them sometimes maybe have horns, but not the World of Warcraft ones, I don't think. More tusks. Big gorilla-like, strong bodies, but humanoid. Just very wide, very strong. Like I said, the animal hides, the tribal face paint, that type of stuff. These are some really nice drawings. Sometimes they have more of that like kind of tribal ancestral magic vibe going on. Lots of jewelry or piercings, broken tusks, that type of stuff as well. This is Pinterest University. Okay? I get my news off Pinterest and Facebook Marketplace. Thank you. Moving on. It's a very nice World of Warcraft concept art. That's an orc, all right? And anything else I will deduct points for. Goblins. All right, that's part 2. Goblins. What are goblins? I'm gobbling these nuts. What are goblins? I jumped ahead. Honestly, I really don't know. It seems like they can be a lot of different things. Goblins seem incredibly loosely defined. But I will collect some traits, much looser defined than orcs, I think. They tend to be small. They tend to be skinny and weak, sometimes fat. But generally, they tend to be small and frail. They are almost always green. I think that goblins are very defined by being green. Very, very defined by being green. Orcs, I think you have a little bit more room to play with them, as was said. I think that you can make almost anything a goblin if you make it green, to be honest, if it's small too. They frequently have big noses and large, floppy or pointy ears. Okay. Oh my god, I'm going to crash out. They are weird little guys. Am I just getting... No, teachers in session. Okay? They frequently have big noses and large pointy ears. All right? I use XQC as a reference. XQC, make him green. It's a goblin, I think. All right? I blame Clash of Clans. And generally, a lot of times you have like troll goblins, like Gollum from that movie, World of Warcraft. Gollum with the ring. And but also in like World of Warcraft, you have like tinkerer goblins, like smart goblins that are intelligent, that build mechanical things. They are generally kind of mischievous, maybe slightly evil leaning. They like to chop down forests. They like gold and money and stuff as well, okay? So that's what goblins are, okay? And I will not accept anything else. Whatever I say is fact. So what do they look like? That's a good question, because it's kind of all over the place. So generally, you know, we see a lot pointier shape language on goblins. Let me get some red going. You know, generally we see lots of like pointier chins on goblins, pointy ears. This is all subject to change. You know, big pointy noses. You definitely see like this nose shape all the time on goblins. So that's one thing, but they can also be quite fat and ugly and brutish too. Like this one. This is a very fat goblin with a little peepee that I just noticed now. So, yeah, we can write that in too. Smaller member sizes. You know, sometimes they got ears that point downwards instead of upwards. They don't point at all, but generally they're quite large ears. You got a World of Warcraft goblin. You got like a loot goblin too. Sometimes they can be very silly. I think very generally they're very silly. You know, they got very rounded eyes. I did notice that. I think goblins have very rounded eyes. Let's see if that's true. I think that's true with pretty much all of these. Very round eyes, I've noticed. That was one thing that I think is very defining. But the proportions of a goblin's head can be pretty much any mix of anything. And as long as they're green and have rounded eyes, I guess, and bigger ears, then you can probably classify it as a goblin. Howdy, Jake. How's it going? It's going, man. It's going good. What's up, Dardar? Goblins get big cat energy. Yeah, I think, yeah. They're like, I was going to say they're kind of feral, but I guess so can cats. And that is the end of my presentation. Okay, so I hope you guys are now familiar with what goblins are and what they look like so that we can proceed onwards to here. There is... I said this earlier, so I'll just say it again real quick. You know, I'm not a master fantasy artist. I'm still learning this stuff. And there's a lot that I have to learn. So I mostly just want to talk about head construction ideas that applies to realist art, that applies to just drawing and constructing anything. So the further we get down, the less I have to say to you guys. Not everyone's getting a critique today. I'm just going to showcase some of these ideas and how they can apply to your guys' art. It's not going to be like a 5-hour stream, okay? Jake, where's the glass jar? The glass jar? It's right here. It's got some like little schmucks on it. They're chia seeds, okay? Because we're fiber maxing in 2026. That's what it's all about. I just saw one on my walk the other day, a goblin. Yeah. Sometimes I like walk around my apartment like I'm a goblin. Do you guys ever do like the fent hang? Like you hang like this, right? It feels good. Like I just be like chilling like this sometimes. Like I open my fridge and I'm looking in it. I'm basically in the fent fold. It's a good stretch. And you could combo that into a goblin-esque stretch as well. I'd be doing that around the house. I do that when I'm in pain sometimes. Hey, we all do that when we're in pain. That's just how it be. Many people in my area do that. Unironically, it feels good. I think it's like a good. Like it's good for your hamstrings. It's good for, it feels good in your back. You're just like, you know, Fent might have a few secrets that we should listen to. Okay, so I think with the first block of people, I want to show some head drawing ideas. I need a drawing glove. think I got one back here. Drawing gloves are like socks. Like, they disappear. I have 6 of these. I bought like a pack. I have at least 6 of them. How do you draw fantasy when you only know realism? Holy shit, great question. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the Jake Don't Draw live stream experience. That is a beautiful segue. That's what I want to talk about right now. You are so... I'm not... It sounds like I'm being sarcastic. I'm actually not. It's exactly what I want to talk about. And you're in the right place for that. I'm down to only 1 drawing glove though. Like they're all gone. I don't know where they go. And then all of a sudden I'll have like 5 on my desk and they'll just come out of nowhere. They literally like fold in between the fabric of the earth. Planted audience member. Thank you. Check your Venmo. Okay, right. So we've probably all heard at this point. You guys have seen my shorts. You've seen a million other shorts and stuff too. You've probably seen 100,000 hours of shorts because you guys are brain rotted, unlike me. We probably know about the Loomis method. What the Loomis method is you draw a circle. You divide the circle in half, okay? Don't worry about these little dots I put. I didn't mean to put those in yet. You come down about to the bottom of the circle, but not quite all the way. All right, that's 1 distance. We take that distance again. Probably a little bit more than that. You can measure this out physically with your pencil. That looks good. And we'll take that distance again. Very good. Now we have 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Okay. This is the Loomis method, right? And what these thirds are is this is our hairline. It goes down to the brow. This is our brow line. This is the brow line to the bottom of the nose. And this is the chin, right? If we can just give a little bit of width to our chin. We can give a little bit of width to our jaw. We can connect this up to the side of our head. Try to make it maybe a little bit more symmetrical. Not exactly warmed up, okay? Very good. Right, we give some width to our head. You know, our eyeballs go in here. And this is how we draw a basic head, or at least how we think about the proportions. Now, this is where I get mad at the people who don't know anything and love to leave comments on videos. Where they go, but Jake, how the Loomis method is stupid. Drawing with thirds of the face is stupid because not everyone's face is the same. Didn't you know that people have different faces? Well, yeah. Obviously, I know that people have different faces, and I've drawn them a bunch. Because here's the thing. Here's the truth nuke, okay? Truth nuke alert. Oh, truth nuke alert. The Loomis method isn't real. I have a video on it. It's called You Suck at Drawing Portraits, and so do I. Loomis, there's no mention of the Loomis method in the Loomis book. The internet just made it up. Those are proportions for portrait drawing that go back to the beginning, to the Greeks. Probably before that. Okay? People have been drawing portraits with basic thirds since they've been drawing because it's very intuitive. And guess what? Here's the truth nuke. Okay? Even if your face isn't perfectly split, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, there's still 1, 2, 3 segments. So you still have 3 chunks or thirds, even if they're in different proportions. Okay? So let's say that this guy, he's got a really, really, really long jaw. Well, you can still just mark out the third, right? 1/3, 1/3, 2/3. It's probably even a little bit higher than that, right? I shouldn't have erased it. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. And then you can give him a big ass jaw and just add a little bit more on, right? So we learn like proportional ideas or idealizations, if you want to call them that or whatever, because they allow us to achieve results consistently and quickly. And it's very easy to then, modify them, right? So it doesn't matter that not everyone fits into the same thing. Give myself a little bit of smoothing. I'll be nice to myself. Right. So I'm going to draw this in the 3/4 perspective. If we draw a head, by the way, we draw a circle. If we're looking straight on ahead, the center line of the head goes straight down the middle, right? And as we turn that head, the center line goes more and more and more to one side until the center line becomes the side of the face. Right? So I'm just turning this head to the left a little bit. The center line's going to shift over to the left, right? And we can still divide this up, right? Halfway, a little bit below the bottom, or a little bit above the bottom, a little bit below the top. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Boom, boom, boom. So somebody said in the chat, Loomis heads always look cartoonish and stupid. Well, it's because, every head is a Loomis head. It's just like a basic way of drawing. But the way that people do it like super rigidly, well, they're drawing it in a stupid or silly, like cartoonish way, right? But it's not a problem with like 1/3 of the face, right? Because everyone's got that. Right, so it's not a method. But like generally, if you're gonna draw a portrait, you're gonna mark a center line. Like everyone does that. Every stream he talks about this. Every stream there's new beginners, man. The beginner stuff is the most basic. And I'm gonna get a little bit deeper into it than I did last stream, I said the beginner stuff is the most basic. I meant to say the basic stuff is the most complicated. It's the most deep. Because there's really not like a bunch of, honestly, like we want to have this idea that like, oh, first I learned the Loomis method and now I'm like really good and I'm going to go learn the Lambert's law of quadratic fall off equations of light and the rate that fucking poop goes to fart, and we're like all above this beginner stuff. But there's not really like a lot of super complicated high level ideas in art. It's like, to be honest, there's not that much stuff that's super, super complicated. It's really just about taking more complicated stuff and making it simple. And like maybe like anatomy is a little bit more complicated than this, but it's not really that hard. I mean, you can make it hard, but you shouldn't. And the people who do, like, they often don't have the best results from it. And so it's kind of always the Loomis method all the way down, because the Loomis method is just like use a basic form, think about the angle that things are sitting at, relative to you, and divide the proportions up in a way that makes sense. If you want to call that the Loomis method, which Loomis didn't even, and there's no really such thing, then sure, then everything is the Loomis method, right? Because that's just what art is. I've been getting into the works of Tom Fox Draws and Steve Houston. Yeah, dude, I've been looking at some Tom Fox stuff. Tom is great. He's really good. He's pretty technical. There's, certainly, if you're newer to this stuff, experiment around with different methods. But the Tom stuff is great. I just think, like, if you're a beginner and you take, like, Tom's anatomy book, if you're, like, don't have super solid drawing fundamentals, there's just so many planes, and it's very complicated and can be really confusing and scary to approach. And the Loomis method's more about the planes of the head, kind of, but also those planes of the heads, people understood those planes of the head for, again, like since forever. Like that type of thinking has been around for a long time. They thought about that in the 19th century all the time. Corliss Duran talked about the inclination of the planes and regarding the light. The light is just the angle of inclination of the plane, and how that faces the value of something. Is the angle of inclination of the plane in regards to its direction to the light. That's what Corliss Duran said to Sargent. So like people have thought about these ideas. That was probably 60 years before Loomis, and it goes way back further than that, of course. Okay, so this is just a Loomis head, and I've just rotated it to face left, right? Now, these are realist drawing skills. If you know how to draw a realist portrait, like, you're going to use these skills. And, you know, whenever I'm sitting in front of a model, whether I sketch out a circle and put the center line on it just like this, or if I do it in a more loose way and start from like an envelope or whatever, I'm going to get to this somehow. You know, you're always pretty much, if you want to get a good realistic portrait drawing from reference, you're going to get to this somehow, right? You got to understand that there's a front and there's sides and that there's a center line, right? Now, here's how this turns into how we can turn realist work into fantasy work. It's not that complicated, right? We've already said, okay, what do orcs have, right? Orcs have... Let me move this over. Orcs tend to have much smaller... I'll just duplicate this. Much smaller craniums. Okay, so we'll move the brow line up this time. And maybe we'll even kind of push the cranium down a little bit too. They have smaller brain compartments. Right, so we'll push the brow line up. They have bigger jaws. So what we'll do is we'll push our nose third up too. We'll do that. And now he's got like a huge jaw. Right? So we're just playing around with those proportions. I can leave that center line in if I want. Maybe not. Right? I could even kind of push this out more. Maybe that's going to be a little bit more like that. Right? Because all this is a sphere with some sort of wedge shape. You know, maybe we have like a wedge of cheese or something stuck on here, right? It's a little bit more complicated than that. We can add extra planes into there, right? And we could sync them up by going across. Boom, boom, boom. This connects up. The jaw comes back, connects up to the skull. Comes up like this, right? That's our jaw section. And that's what's hanging out over here. Find it over here. Okay, so what else do orcs have, right? Well, let's get our center line back in there. Get them a small forehead. They tend to have really big, strong brows, right? So we'll make a big chunk of brow coming off here. Yeah, big, big, big. And this is the same thing as on a real person, on a real face, right? I like to call this like the visor. We have this section where we want to keep our eyeballs nice and safe and protected in here. Right, so like our brows, they come out and come forward. Our forehead is strong. It comes out and it comes forward. Our eyes are set deeper into our sockets, and then we have these cheekbones, right? And so like if a tiger were to claw us down the face like this, ideally it would hit our forehead, it would hit our brow bone, and it would skip over the eyeball, which is deeper set in, and then it would hit the cheekbone, right? And we'd just get left with this cool scar, which is why you'll often see that scar that looks like that on maybe like a character or something, and maybe their eye still works. You know, maybe sometimes it doesn't. It's, you know, we don't have the biggest brows, but if you look at something like a gorilla, which is fighting to survive much more and relying on their brute strength, well, they have much, much larger brows to protect their eyes for that same reason. So we're just pushing that over here. Right? And then we'll make our cheekbones pretty high up. We're not going to give a whole bunch of space to those cheekbones. So there's our visor cut in over here. And our eyeballs are going to be set into this space, right? Generally, orcs, they can have longer nose. Generally, they have faces that are kind of look like they've been punched upwards and inwards, though, right? So they'll have like these noses which are smaller and tend to get. Maybe we'll kind of put the bridge of the nose on here. they tend to get kind of like jammed up inwards like this, where they're pretty close up to the eyes. They're kind of snarled. Even the wings of the nose are like sometimes even very close to the eyeballs, right? They're pushed upwards and inwards. And then with orcs, we can also think about the space for the mouth, right? The bottom lower third. This is the bottom lower third. And on standard human proportions, this is very consistent. If you guys saw my 1, 2, 3 video, I talked about this. If we chop up our bottom third of the face into thirds again, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, the mouth, the lip line, the line in between the lips, is very consistently on this first third right here, right? So this is very, very consistently where the lip line is on a portrait like this, right? On standard person. And this one actually doesn't move around all that much, to be honest. It's very frequently like right here. So we get this very even 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 on a person. You know, sometimes people have like a taller chin too, so you get like more chin space or whatever, but it still stays within the third height. On an orc, what I've noticed from drawing them is they have a really, really long, that top third section. Their mouths tend to be like way down here, and they just have like a whole lot of dead space. Wrinkles that come in and wrap around into here. And we have to remember too that this isn't just like a flat front of a box. Right? This isn't just like a flat front of a box. Our mouth is... Let me come over here. All right, so this is our jaw. Yeah, I'll leave it there. This is the jaw segment, right? And this is the head. And we'll put our visor on our head like this. Our cheekbones like this, right? And then our jaw will connect in right here on the other side. Here's the back of our skull. Our nose. Here's that center line. All right, there's our nose cavity on our skull. Here's our jawbone in the front. This would slot in just like this. Connect up these hinges right here. The jaw holds the teeth, right? And the teeth are like a cylinder, right? They're curved. When we take a bite of toast, here's my bite of toast, or my piece of toast, I suppose. When we take a piece of toast, we don't bite like this. It doesn't look like that, right? Like everyone intuitively knows that when we take a bite of toast, maybe even like a little deeper, it looks like this, right? That's because our teeth are curved, which makes sense because you gotta, you know, if you've seen like an animal with like a longer mouth, or even just like a dog or something, let's pretend that humans evolved from dogs. Here's a doggy. Wait, the nose is on the end of the snout. Okay, it's a fox. Big, snarly teeth. Really fat under jaw. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful little fox right there. Right? Those teeth go out more and more and more because they're like biting into stuff, right? They're tearing shit apart. They have really strong teeth. Or like an anteater needs to get into a really tiny, narrow crevice, right? So they have these super long trunks and tongues. With us, again, we're not like, I don't really know if this is the actual evolutionary reason, but we'll think of it this way. We're not like going out there, biting shit down, eating it. We're not eating ant hives or whatever. So our mouths are kind of like more flat than most other animals. But they still have that original curve, right? So this jaw contains that mouth segment on there. And the parting between the lips, we said this isn't going to be, you know, a standard third. We'll put it low. The parting of the lips is going to curve around like this, right? And what else do... Smooth this transition a little bit. Here's my cheekbone on the other side. We can think of cheekbones. This guy looks really friendly. Looks like a really friendly orc. We can think of cheekbones, really the whole eye socket in general, is kind of like sunglasses. Right? Like, you can kind of think about putting on like a cool shade, pair of shades for the whole eye socket. And the top rim is this upper part of the brow of the visor, and then the bottom rim is the cheekbone, which kind of comes around like this, right? And the way that it connects is we have that cheekbone comes back to the middle of the ear. This is where the ear would be. All right, that's the zygomatic bone. Right, so we have our sunglasses on here. These are our rims of our glasses. And then the side of that, which normally would go back and above our ear if we were wearing glasses, it actually goes back and about to like the middle of the ear or so. So that's that little bend here. This is called the zygomatic bone. And zygo, it means yolk. And it is like the yolk of, basically, I'll show you guys. There's all these like fun, actually, origins of anatomy terms. When you have like two cows, I don't know how to draw cows either. I think they have smaller ears, and they definitely have like bigger skulls. Oh God. What do cows look like? Honestly, I've never drawn a cow in my fucking life. I don't need to convince you guys of that. And then there's like udders, right? When you have two cows, I'll save you guys the... I'll just duplicate that. Flip that. When you have two cows or oxen pulling a cart, you need them to pull it in a straight line, right? And so you have something called like a wooden yoke, which is just a bar. It's just like a piece of wood that connects both of them together. It's like goes around their neck. So the zygomatic bone is this like bar that connects the two halves of our face together and connects them around to the sides, just like that. Kind of cool. What do cows look like? And by the way, like the reason why we're doing this fantasy drawing stuff is because of reasons like this, right? Like if you're good at drawing portraits and realist stuff, but you never learn kind of about the basic forms and you lean on your references too much, then, and if you don't draw a wide variety of things, that's my problem, then you don't understand like how to manipulate the forms, right? And so for an orc, right, we're just taking the jaw, we're stretching it out, we're making the brow bigger. That makes an orc. But you could also, you know, you make a fox, it's the same thing, right? But instead we're pulling the mouth out, we're making the cranium smaller, right? I mean, pretty much in any animal, we're making the cranium smaller because we have the biggest brains. At least I do. But it's all about just taking our basic forms and then squashing them, or stretching them, or adding stuff onto them, right? Adding all sorts of things onto them. And like, all of a sudden, we have a character. Or something resembling that. Beautiful. And if I've knew what a cow looked like, if I'd ever drawn a cow before, then I would be able to much easier remember how the forms are pushed and pulled. I just have never drawn a cow before, so I don't know. I don't know what the basic forms look like. Eventually, I'll draw everything a few times, and then I'll kind of understand it. And it's much easier to remember like basic forms. Like you're never going to remember all the anatomy of every single thing that you look at, but it's very easy to remember. Like, oh, I just need to like pull out the jaw a little bit more. I need to like squash the head in a little bit more. Okay, so we're wrapping around here. We have these big cheekbones here that are reaching back. Orcs have tusks too, right? So we'll put in some tusks, generally too. Make it not perfectly symmetric. We'll break one. And we need to think about how does this form move, right? Like we have this, which is jutting all the way out now. So what's going to happen, our bottom lip, it's probably going to come out, but it's going to be, I mean, they're kind of ugly and asymmetric too. So we'll give him kind of like a bee stung his lip over here, and we'll wrap that lip around. Clean up the construction in the back. We'll wrap that lip around. All right. And we want to like just move our pencil like we're moving across the form. Like every time I'm moving across the form with my pencil, I'm like always thinking about like, okay, how can I wrap these lines around to like fit the purpose, right? Like I'm going along the side of the box. I'm going like here, I'm moving slanted because we're kind of carving the side plane transition to the top. You know, here we're moving either across or along in this direction. Every mark I make is like always reinforcing those ideas. And so you want to like get really used to always just traversing across the form, like just feeling stuff out. Always feel the form. I think that's like really important, especially for like realist drawing. Because a lot of times I just figure stuff out by just kind of holding my pencil and going along stuff and being like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just do like a few hatch marks here to push this or something. All right, so we have those jaws. I'm going to merge some of these drawing layers. Merge, merge, merge. How do I merge these? Okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll leave this one kind of pointed. I'm going to give it like a little bit more asymmetry though. There we go. All right, and then we'll come out and we'll give him kind of like a butt chin or something, I guess. And I'll push just some of these forms like a little bit more. And hey, like, hey, orc is like not that bad. And I want him to look like a little bit more aggressive too. So we'll kind of like snarl the brow a little bit. Generally, if you like think about in anime, they will like literally put this, or manga, they'll like literally put this symbol on somebody's head to make them seem mad. Well, it's just because like these are baked into our brains as like aggressive emotions, right? This is baked into our brain. When somebody goes like this at you, they're mad at you. And when somebody softens their look at you, then they're softer towards you, or they're sad or something, like a puppy. So we can like literally just do that as well. And our brains perceive it as different emotions, which is kind of cool. We get like these big blocky brows. Eyes. Orcs' eyes can be kind of whatever. I'm going to make it, a little bit more angled, just so that angled and actually the looks maxers. This is where you got to pay attention to the looks maxers. You want to, if people's eyes are, I actually never remember which one is which. I have negative canthal tilt. That's what people told me. That I still mog despite my negative canthal tilt. I was told that once, and I'll never forget it. right? This is like neutral eyes. Like the line across our eye is like pretty flat here. But if we rotate our eyes like this, now we have hunter eyes. That's what the looks maxers say. And this is cool. This is sexy. This is aggressive. Right? This is you're hunting or something like that. I don't know. You're gonna eat somebody alive. And if your eyes are like this, just like the brows, right? This is negative tilt. And this is maybe a little bit sadder, a little bit softer, right? This is me. I'm kind of I'm known on the internet as a sad, soft boy, I guess. As a guy who will say things without thinking. Probably that. Not the most aggressive eye shape. I'll close it a little bit more. And of course, we're like traversing across those spheres that we put in there. I went over some of those ideas in the last crit too. So if you're like really curious about this stuff, you can go back to the last crit. I explained a ton of this stuff. Line up those eyes a little bit better. And this orc ain't so bad. Orcs generally don't have giant ears. I've noticed they kind of just have somewhat pointed ears. Oftentimes small, and that smallness actually really complements how big and blocky their head is. All right, so there's an orc portrait. That looks pretty good. I have soylent eyes. Or maybe just in general, that was a statement being made. Right. He does have kind of hella Botox. So I did a few of these sketches the other night without having to explain every little bit. Right, this is our basic. I always draw better when I can not have to explain every single thing that I'm saying out loud and stop and make a million interjections. Right, like our basic planar head, our basic, if you want to call it Loomis method or whatever. I think this planar head is just the planes that I care about. Like I can draw this from memory super easily. These are the planes that I think about. It's not an Asaro head, but it's basically the Loomis simplified head, maybe a little bit more complicated, but pretty much that. Basic 1/3, 2/3 proportion. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 proportion. We want to make an ogre, an orc, or something like that. Well, all we're doing, really just focusing on like a big chin, smaller cranium, bigger brows, right? For goblins, like I said earlier, goblins can be kind of almost anything. Generally, though, we have like bigger noses, bigger, longer, floppier ears, and green and round eyes. I think round eyes. So this would be an example of like a goblin of really high face, right? So long middle third, similar lower third, but smaller cranium on this guy. You can mix and match these however you want. And you guys should spend time whenever you learn something new. Spend time just messing with the ideas on your own, right? And then, like, I wanted to try and make, like, a cute goblin. So, what is cuteness? Is this you, Poifo? Yeah, this is Poifo from my Discord. I didn't mean to draw you, but I did. I wanted to try making a cute goblin. And what is cuteness? I actually realized I've never drawn anything cute before. So I actually really didn't know, like, what is cuteness. A cat from the Discord explained to me what's called the cuteness triangle. And so the triangle is the corners of your brows down to the chin. I still wanted to make it, goblin-y. So, it's not, like, beautifully cute. But this shape is much, much cuter, right? You could turn this shape into something really cute, like Baby Yoda or something, right? This triangle, if we make this triangle much wider, right? And our chin is like this. This is more of like a masculine, blocky, stronger face, with a bigger chin, right? Not super cute. As we close this triangle in more, and especially like as we bring it up closer so that the whole face kind of gets jammed together. Like, this is cuter than this, right? And it's certainly cuter than this. So my goal here was to make this very cute, to squeeze that triangle in really tight, make the eyes really big, but I still wanted it to be a goblin. I still wanted it to be silly, right? So I made it, you know, cross-eyed, looking outwards. And then this is just like all baby proportion stuff, and the ears, instead of like being floppy and pointy like this, which would look, I think, kind of too aggressive. The shape language there is too strong. You know, we're making them point downwards. It's a little bit more docile and cute, right? So that's these basic shape ideas, and they're always present in everything we draw, even if we're drawing from photo reference, right? And it's really strong and important for you guys to remember to learn to take in new information and use it on studies, but also like play around with this stuff. Like, we don't want to be, I don't want this to be a community of people that are die hard. I'm such a serious classical artist. I study so hard, so much harder than everyone else. I always know all the theory. I know all the history. I take myself really seriously and I make classical art. I don't want you guys to be like that. Most of the people that are like that are super lame, and most of them are not really even all that great a lot of the times. Unless they've gone to like an atelier and they have a ton of training. I also don't want it to be a community of people who are, you know, oh, art is about naivety, and the only way we can improve at art is by rejecting the idea that there is theory in general, and that we should return to our childlike selves and not learn at all. Like, that would also be the opposite extreme of that, right? We want to be somewhere in the middle, where we do take stuff seriously, we do study, we do know about stuff, but also we mess around and we have a good time with this shit, and we make, you know, funny drawings, we make memes or whatever. You know, we spend time expressing these ideas in a way that is casual and fun and approachable, and that actually makes you a better artist, and it helps you set those ideas into your head in a much stronger level. So that's really what I want to like rub off on you guys. Pause. I want that to be, you know, in your guys' mind, because it's really important that we take the time to do that. It's the phase that everyone skips, right? They either try to like go off and make their own crazy conceptual pieces that are way too super complicated and difficult, which is nothing wrong with that on its own, and fail horribly, which is again nothing wrong with that. Or they're also, or we want to do super technical stuff where we're just making copies and studies and books and studies out of books. But nobody wants to just sit down and just say, okay, what did I learn today? And how can I push those ideas? What if the thirds weren't the thirds? What if that lower third was huge, 3 times the size of the rest of the face? How would the eyes look here? How would that look? How would these forms fit into each other? It's going to make you a much stronger artist, right? Spend a lot of time sketching out these ideas. That way we can, you know, that way you can iterate on them, right? Like, don't make everything a super serious finished painting. We want to iterate and get a bunch of these ideas out a lot. So that's why I think really sketching, drawing, even if you want to be a great painter, should probably be 80% of your practice. Okay. Guys, thank you for coming to the Jake Don't Draw live stream experience. It's been an hour and a half, and we will now begin the critiques. I kind of have to pee, but I'm going to hold it. Yeah, I don't want shit to be snooty, because I think it's counterproductive, right? I want people to be good, and I think that if being snooty was the way that we got good, then I would be snooty. But I think that it's counterproductive. I think that being cool, being in the middle of all the ideas, not being on the extreme, I think that is what produces people who make really great art. I did say it takes 20 years to get really good at everything, so if you want to spend that all in one sketch, yeah, you should let me know. Let me know how it goes. Whew. All right, everybody. Let's get into some crits. So I think with this first group of people, what I want to talk about is really just those big head constructions ideas that I just went over. Dude, this is from a show, right? This is from Smiling Friends or something, right? Like, this is one of those smash cut scenes, like the SpongeBob hyper-realist scenes. I've seen this guy before, I swear to God. But a few of y'all did this, and I see this too, especially with like profile drawings, like looking to the side or looking straight on. There's nothing wrong with doing character concepts or whatever where you're looking straight on at somebody or looking straight to the side in a profile. If we're doing like a character turnaround, we got to show those sides to the faces. But what happens is they become very flat, right? They become very, very flat. So we're not really seeing like a lot of dimension with either of these, and even with some of the 3/4 ones too. So I would recommend, if you are gonna do something, like give it a little bit of angle, you know, just like tilt it a little bit off to the side, just a little bit, just so that we can see, you know, a little bit of what, you know, kind of the side of the head looks like, and so it doesn't feel so flat. Now, of course, you can make something that's looking straight on, dead on the scene, eye level, feel three-dimensional. It's just a lot harder, and we have to be pretty intentional with how the lighting hits it as well. So let me think here. I'll get to you in a second. Okay. So, the banger soundtrack in the background. You know, we do want to think about starting out our portraits like this is a nice angle and this has like nice design to it, but I think it feels like it's getting a little bit flattened out. So I want to improve that. So if we started this out, we'll do the sphere and we'll put on a center line. That center line's kind of tilting to the side, our head's tilting a little bit. So if that's tilting, you know, if in general our head is like straight on, dead flat, then everything that goes across will also be, you know, a 90-degree angle to that, right? But if our head is tilted to the side a little bit, then the things, the features that go across are also going to tilt with that as well, right? We're just taking this and we're tilting it to the side. So our lines for our brow, we'll put right here, right? Our halfway point. Here's the bottom of the nose. And here is the chin, right? So it looks like you set up 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. And that's great. You know, a little bit more of head goes past that hairline, because this is the hairline, remember? The skull actually keeps rising up a little bit past that. So that's great. Like, this is all looks pretty good. You set up the proportions. I think for, you know, a goblin design, you can get away with this a little bit easier, but I still would like to see you guys. This kind of has like a longer triangular shape, so why don't we just give this guy like a little bit of extra chin, you know? And we can, you know, leave it like this kind of soft point. I think that's nice. And that jaw will come up and connect up to the side of the head. Right in here. Right, so here is kind of our basic block out. And then everything that goes across the face, you know, even if I have a pimple over here and I want a symmetrical pimple on the other side, everything is always moving along this axis that shows the teeth, the chin, how the connection of the eyes go, right? So like the one water line of the eye should connect to the other side of the eye over here. If we want to know how anything syncs up with anything else, then that's fine. That's how we do it. We move across that line. Let me grab something that is I can kind of draw over directly with. There we go. So let's put in some of these. Let's put in these brows, and I'm just going to give them like a little bit more dimension and kind of carve them out a little bit more. And then these eyes are basically symbols, right? These eyes are symbols that we've memorized, and there's nothing wrong with that inherently. But it doesn't show us, it doesn't change when the face is moving around and in different angles, right? It's impossible or really hard to rotate a symbol. We'd have to memorize a new symbol for every single position. But if we understand the eye as a form, you know, a ball, and then that ball has like a pupil on it, and then we have lids that come up and wrap around, right? And there's like a little sac under the eye, and there's a little fold above it, right? Like, this is actually not that hard to rotate upwards. right? That pupil would go to like here, right? We'd have the corner of the eye would come up and around the ball, just like this. We get that top lid, fold, bottom lid, right? Right. And we can rotate that form. So try to avoid drawing in symbols. Here, I'm just going to actually just drop in the whole visor. Let me go to a round brush. All right, so I'm going to just drop in just kind of like the big basic forms of the head, right? I am going to kill the style here, all right? That's totally, you know, you can have whatever style you want on top of the forms. I'm just going to show you the forms. And we'll just go all the way down. All right, so here is our head shape. All right, if we have brow on one side, we got the cheekbone on one side, we could go across that line over here to the other side. This would be the top of the cheekbone over here. Right, that cheekbone, it's like our sunglasses that go back to the middle of our ear. Right, and our eyes are going to be balls that fit inside of this. This is going to be one of those draw over critiques that if you like post it on Reels, you get like a million comments that are like, I like the original style better. You ruined it. You took away every bit of the personal style. I know. Okay, it's the point is just to show kind of the drawing ideas. You can apply these ideas however you want, right? Like you guys should and can and should have your own style ideas, right? But I want to show you how to think about these things, right? That way you can adopt and adjust your styles however you want. So you're fully in control. You're not just drawing the same way every single time. Right, so we have the balls with a pupil on them. Goblin's going to be hella cracked out. Right, this is like a pretty triangular shape too. So let's give him like a very triangular ending nose as well. And I think you had a pretty good nose, but I think it lacked, it lacked a little bit of like shape character. It's kind of just like this hot dog, right? It's kind of like a big round, squarish, roundish block. Right, but if we give it a little bit of a shape character, so I didn't like exactly how I did that. We give it more of like a triangular point instead. I think it would work for the figure a little bit more. How do I want to do this? Yeah, that works a little bit better. All right, and we can kind of carve in some of those anger lines too, because they're kind of snarling their face. All right, and that's going to cause smile lines as well. What was the mouth like? And then that mouth, this isn't really feeling like it's wrapping around. You know, again, it feels like, same with the eyes, it feels like a stamp, like a symbol that we've stamped on top of this. That doesn't feel like it's really wrapping around the cylinder form, like I showed earlier, right? So we want, however that mouth goes in, let's see, I'll try to stay. I really feel like it's curving out and around. And to be honest, this is super happy. I don't know, what is an angry shape? He's super happy. Somebody from chat give me an angry shape. Oh, I gotta just make this. Maybe a bit more like this. I'm not very good at emotions. We'll do emotion studies one of these days. I'm gonna get owned by my own drawing ability like 5 times these critiques, alright? Just take what you will. Take what you want from these. He looks super amped up, alright? We're going with Happy Goblin instead. So what we want to do is remember, like if we have a light source that's coming from above, like you have in here, which planes of the head are facing towards the light and which planes of the head are facing away from the light, right? So if we have a visor like this, that's going over this section of the head, that visor carves into the head, so we'll have a forehead that faces towards the light. This is an upwards facing plane. Upwards facing plane. We'll have the visor of the head. This is a downwards facing plane. So that is going to be in shadow. Turn the upper arch the other way and it will be angrier. Yeah. Oh shit, you stole my fucking cookies, bro. now I'm just drawing symbols. We're leaving him happy, all right? I just want to make the point, okay? So we have an upwards facing plane. We got a downwards facing plane. The top of the nose, that's going to catch some light. That's facing upwards. The bottom of the nose, it's kind of curling down and around. But down. It's a downwards facing plane, but we're not going to see a lot of that underside of it. The top of the mouth, right? We kind of have this cylinder. And generally we get a little bit of push out from the bottom of our nose out to the top of our mouth. It's kind of this muzzle shape like this. So we'll catch some light in this area. Our teeth, probably not going to get a whole lot of light, but maybe a little bit along like the top of the bottom teeth. The top of our chin will get light, and the bottom of our chin underside will get dark, right? So here, let me come back to yours. Let's do some work on this. We're going to really push those eyes to feel a little bit more like forms. Whoever gets the first crit of the day gets just like a 30-minute long crit. And then everyone else gets a really short one. Let's make sure there's like space too for like the side of the eye. Or like the water, the little like, I can't remember what that thing's called. What's the thing it starts with an S. The corner of your eye called? Sclera? What the hell is a sclera? I just made that up. It's something like that though. Alright, so we have that little corner of our eye. Come up and over. Make this a little darker. Corner of our eye. It's rounding up and around. Alright, like very small change. Makes a big difference. We're wrapping those lines. So this wouldn't wrap up and around in this direction because we have a ball and that lower lid is going to wrap around the bottom of the ball. Or if we're looking kind of flat at it, kind of like this. Right? So that's like a thing where your symbol is getting in the way of what you want to draw. And the bottom eyelid is like wet. So it normally catches like a little bit of light. If we have light coming from above, that is. Right? Already feels like sclera is the white. Wait, was I right? Oh, it's the white of your eyes. Oh. Like the tear, like the little corner. The white part's the sclera. Like this thing. This thing right here. The pink thing. What's that called? I'll have to study emotions one of these days. Maybe we'll do an emotions challenge soon. All right, and then let's use this light tone that you have for here to get more of that triangular shape. And I'm going to avoid just like the hard black outlines. It's okay to you know, put dark values in, but let's have our dark values be in places that are in, you know, rapidly changing form, right? So you can use a really dark value like this if you want. But that's only because I can do it in the nose here, because that nose is like literally wrapping in and around super quickly, right? That's what a dark value means. Dark value doesn't mean the edge of something. It means like a really rapid change of something. Sometimes the edge of something is soft, right? Like the transition from like the cheek fat here to the mouth, like it's gonna be soft. Light for the top of the mouth. Right. I wonder if I can just go like this too. Let's kind of snarl that mouth up, that nose up just a little bit. I think it'll look better. Consistent light tone on top of here. Consistent shadow tone. Isn't it like the nictitating membrane? I've never heard that in my life. Nobody has ever called it the nictitating membrane. We got Dr. House in the chat over here. I'm getting lacrimal carbuncle? I'm getting the lacrimal carbuncle? That's no way. Who's up lacrinating their carbuncle right now? There's no shot. That's what it's called. When you gotta pick between lacritating carbuncle and nictitate acesulfame potassium or something, nictitating membrane. I'm cooked, dog. Right, so we're pushing that, and then you know the teeth are not perfectly white, right? Because they're inside of the mouth. They're in a shadow basically, right? So it feels wrong to make your teeth dark, but they are. They're inside a closed cavity. They're inside of a shadow, right? So you know you might catch a little bit of light on some of your teeth, right? Like you might get a little highlight or something along the bottom row of teeth if they're poking out, but they're not going to be white. Maybe on the top of the teeth a little bit, and you're not going to see outlines on all of them either, right? You're just going to see the edges kind of blur together a little bit, and you're going to get like an implication of the outline. The lighting of this is like this whole side plane a little bit darker. The underplanes of things will make it dark. It's really hard to draw over stuff and try to keep the original bits and not like have to relight everything and like lose the original. It's genuinely like much harder than just trying to like redraw the whole thing. Not because it's so wrong, but just because it's just really challenging to stay within somebody else's original style while making corrections. I think that, you know, we'd have a jaw like this. The jaw would connect up. We'd have like the back of the head here. And then let's kind of square up the cheekbone. The cheekbone doesn't really tend to like round out like this very often. And I don't think it's in service of this head shape. All right, so this will be the forehead. We get like a little bit of light on top of our chin. And the corners of the mouth. I'm going to pull this a little bit wider. That's the secret. I got to make it just like a little wider and more aggressive. He's getting happy again. He's getting happy again. You did a great job on the emotion, let me tell you. Couldn't do better. Nope, now he looks kind of sly. Kind of mischievous. All right, we're gonna move on to the next person because I've spent really long on this for no reason. But I hope that you see some basic form thinking ideas with this, right? Instead of like just memorizing kind of a bunch of shapes and like planting stamps on them, we kind of want to memorize big forms and how they rotate and how they slot and fit into each other. It's called the lacrimal punctum. Why do I keep getting a new name for it? There's got to be a name for the corner of the eye that's not so crazy. I want to stay up tomorrow. It's a national holiday. You guys are all living so far away. All the dang freaking Europeans. We're supposed to get like 2 feet of snow tonight. We'll see if it comes true. See, all my East Coasters in chat right now are dying. Yeah, so for you guys, like, try to conceptualize. Will I do another fantasy portrait challenge after this? It's probably going to be a while, but yeah, I do repeat challenges, so I don't know. Maybe we'll try a different. Maybe we'll do like demons or something, kind of like learn like textures and stuff like that. Focus on some of the material stuff and shape language of that. Yeah, you know, focus for you guys. You know, focus on putting. You can look at the Loomis book that I linked in the challenge thread, like. Do some exercises where, okay, like what a head looks like if we had a center line like this, and then, you know, we attach over here, and what would have happened? This is going to be really, really hard for you. What would happen if, you guys probably heard me burp. How was it? If we had the head that was like rotating up like this, you know, what would this look like? Right? Rotate this stuff around and just play with it, right? Do a few of those rotations and then go, okay, now what would happen if his jaw was really big? Oh, that's kind of an interesting shape. Now, what would happen if he was like really triangular? That's not super triangular. Maybe that's like a haircut. Okay, yeah, how do I build into that? Okay, well, I'll put some, you know, some brows like this on there, and then I'll keep his like eye shape kind of triangular. You have a really long nose. And I don't think the butt chin works there. Really triangular ears. And a triangular haircut. You know, mess around, play with shapes, play with how things fit together, how they rotate. You know, practice that. And you can do some from reference if you want. But then, you know, do some that are just like sketches from your head. You do a little bit of everything. The medial canthus, closest to nose. Lateral canthus. Lateral canthus, that's what it is, canthus. And it was a member. My members are so smart. My members are so smart. That's the word I was thinking of. Not lactating synchromol or whatever you guys said. Cool. Like this one is this is good. Like the head rotation in this one is or the head form in this one in general is solid. You know, but focus less on these like tiny little outlines and just focus a little bit more on like, don't be afraid if you're just making a little small sketch like this, like throw a center line on it. You know, it's okay. Like it'll erase off if you want to do it, or, you know, chances are if you want to make it a little more serious, then just redraw it bigger, and then you're still going to put the center line on it. Just don't put it on so heavy. You know, and also try to push those shapes a little bit more. This one's actually pretty good. Yeah. And then I think the next stage for you is, instead of like using like little scratchy lines and stuff, like this is good, like wrapping lines around the form. But try to like carve stuff out and decide, you know, like I was talking about with the upwards and downwards facing, like where is that light and where is there no light? Right, the top of this will get it. Like if we get light coming from the top and from the right side, upwards and to the right, then we'd have, you know, more like this, and we get a much clearer distinction of light and shadow. Left side of everything, left side of the teeth. Right, carve those out. But this looks pretty small. Oh, you got like a nice little head here. Yeah, this is solid. I push the design of this stuff too more, right? You know, like try giving them bigger teeth, wrapping those lips around those big teeth. I'd sound like I'm sending you on a date with him. You don't gotta wrap your lips around his teeth, but you do gotta wrap his lips around his teeth. You know, give him a little bit more jaw. Right, just push those ideas a bit more. Give him the bigger brows too. Bigger, more snarled brows. I like the little face paint thing you got going on. Like, this is a cool pose and stuff, right? But, and you're doing like a lot of stuff in a pretty cool way. You know, maybe you even like planned out some like perspective stuff for this. That's cool. But I think the point that matters the most, the goblin, the orc part, is where the sketch is having the hardest time, right? So one is I would just draw bigger and use some thinner lines. That way you can really plan stuff out. But don't be so soupy in how you make your decisions, right? I use this word a lot during crits. Like, you don't want to have all your indecisiveness kind of merge together into becoming one, like, kind of indescript amalgamation of a bunch of like medium design choices, right? That's kind of like what I'm seeing here, where this top of the head, it's like, yeah, this is kind of the top of the head, and this is the side of the head, and he has some eyes and brows, but it doesn't feel like he has like a strong caricature type, right? So for this, like, okay, he's got a beard. He's also like pretty cool, right? So if I was this guy, like, what would I do? I'd be leaning back in my chair. I'd be like, you know, I'd be kind of looking cool, right? So let's tilt his head up into the back, and we're going to see a little bit of his jaw. And this is the hardest position to draw. So go like that. Right? Because this is a form, our eyes are going to wrap around it. He's got this kind of big bushy beard too, right? So kind of an interesting choice for an orc. Maybe we'll have like a tusk coming up from through the beard. And like some, I think a really iconic part, if you do have like orcish tusks, a really iconic part of that is the big kind of juicy, meaty lips wrapping around. I'll give him one more tusk over here. I like to, you know, make some asymmetry in there. And then like break stuff up into shapes. If this is how his beard is going to come out, like, it would be a big mistake then to come over this chin like this with a beard and just round everything out, right? So the beard should reinforce this pose somehow. Right? Somehow. And it's a pretty tough design. Pretty tough idea to get across. It's going to take a few sketches. You're going to have to draw bigger. Oh my god. Let me redo some of this stuff. It happens to the best of us, you know? Like, don't don't worry if it doesn't work out on your first try. Like, you're gonna have to go through a few iterations of like pushing these ideas. And you might have to like put in a little bit more basic construction like I'm doing now. In order to find a way to make it work. But your understanding of those forms, he's got eyes looking down like this. Hard to make these separate out. Is your control over difficult positions like this. The more you understand, the more ability you have. His cheekbones or something. Side of his head. Let me just reduce some of the chaos in here. Yeah, something like this, right? Kind of like an interesting beard shape now that's going on. That just kind of naturally arose out of needing to organize that information somehow. Maybe he's even got like a twirled mustache on the other side. Right? You need to make that sketch a lot bigger. But this is like an interesting design shape that is coming through the series of decisions. And it's going to take some sketches and stuff like that. But don't let your lack of knowledge kind of push stuff together and like round every edge. You know, even if you don't fully understand it, at least make it into the cool shape, right? Like you can get away with that a lot because you're not going to be able to just learn all the head forms and how they rotate in perspective in one night. You wouldn't even be able to do that in several years. So it's a step-by-step process. But if you don't know, at least make it a cool, interesting shape and try to think about how those shapes reinforce the overall composition. Yo, I bet I could draw this 1,000 times better than you. Get on up here, bud. Let's go. Seems nice. I imagine they have nice food there. This is the Jarl of Goblins. And also this looks like a block of cheese. Like maybe... I didn't say that as like a mean thing. I meant like maybe he is the Jarl of like cheese. Maybe he's like a mouse king. The orcs are king of the mice. Cool. These remaining three are ones that I think understand, at least in concept, some of the forms. Jake don't draw well. See? JDD lover. I love JDD. Going in timeout. 30 minutes. Brother, I'd love to see you try. I actually really like how this turned out. This looks nice. This is like interesting shapes. Easy. JDD lover? I hate him. Because he doesn't love JDD. He loves the idea of JDD. That's what it's all about. All right. These ones, I think, understand the concept of form, but it's maybe just being applied like a little bit too rigidly. And there is a lack of some like shape and design ideas. So let me get into that. Move this out of the way. All right, so like this is a person, especially like here in the middle, that listened to me talk about like, okay, you know, we have the forehead and it's planes, and then there's like a visor, right? So there's the visor, that looks fine, right? And then, you know, it comes down, and goblins have big noses, so like I'm doing everything right technically, but like just because forms are there and we use them to, you know, to understand and conceptualize stuff doesn't mean that we have to start drawing everything like a 3D modeling program now, right? Like you'd never see me draw a head like this, right? I could draw everything like this, but I think it would be a bad idea because it would only get in the way of like making more interesting drawings, right? Like there's just, it would be really hard to draw like this and to turn it into nice, interesting ideas. Because we were like so caught up focusing on that it becomes impossible for us to like focus on the big ideas, right? Like the shape, the design, what the character is supposed to be saying, thinking, right? So like this is like a sad goblin, right? So a sad goblin, like sad is definitely like a really like droopy, like I like the droopy ears. Thinking of like just droopy shapes. I didn't really even mean to do this thing, but it just happened and I kind of like that. So, right. And then like those ears are going to come out like, how do I want that ear to come out? Yeah, like this. Right. And then like we can start to figure out what the construction of this is, right? So, you know, maybe for the goblin, I want to have really low eyes or really high eyes, right? I could have really high eyes, like up here. This is my center line, so this side's going to get foreshortened quite a bit. And remember, I want to have a positive canthal tilt for sad characters. Right. Maybe a really long nose. I like the really long noses for goblins. It's just like a good cheat code. And the face is going to be a frown. I'm still constructing. I still know that there's like 3 planes on top of the mouth, and I know that there's like a chin that's going to be right here. Right, but I'm not letting that get in the way of what I'm doing. Right? And I could do really low eyes too, which I think would be kind of funny because like everything on this guy, it's like a cartoonish, sad character, right? Like I'll put the eyes like way down here. Like his whole face is melting down with him. And this will be his forehead. Right? There is this top plane up here. There will be this top plane up to the top of the skull. It will carve down over here. Maybe this is his body. Everything is going to be sagging and drooping down. He's doing the fent. What do we call it? The fent lean. Okay. So, you know, think about those big ideas. I know it's tough. Like, I'm telling you guys, okay, you need to think about the form, and you think about the shapes, and you think about the design, and you need to think about the thirds of the face, and there are different proportions, right? But you know, you need to think about all of them at the same time. It's impossible. You got to balance them somehow. But that's what drawing is. And that helps you, you know, as you get better, you're able to balance more things at once. You're able to think about more things and you can make stronger art. Right? And you can push that as much as you want too. It still works. So make sure that like all of your lines are kind of reinforcing their ideas. And so it's kind of a similar story with this one. I just think some of the form is like, actually like the rendering here, the rendering, the values and stuff is fine. Like the rendering is fine, but it doesn't really feel, it's kind of hard to tell like what this character's like clothing is, because I don't really conceptualize their body. I don't really know where their shoulders are. You know, if this is their head here, like if their shoulders are like this wide, like they're gigantic, which orcs can be. But because those shoulder pads, you know, go off of the screen, it's kind of hard to know where they are, where their chest is, like which direction they're facing. And I think that some of the form stuff is having a hard time, mostly even just in the vent fold. That's what I meant to say. In this, because we're seeing a lot of top plane of the head. You know, we're seeing just as much top of the head as we are like the front of the head. And it creates this kind of strange feeling that really it's even like this. There's just like a ton of the top of this person, and then their face is getting kind of crammed down into here, and their head is really stretched out. Like all the rendering and stuff I think is taken care of nicely. And if we just, here, let me go to the layer. If I just move around some of this stuff, I think we can get it to work pretty quick. Like if we just grab this, I'll duplicate this first. Right, move this up to here, kind of straighten it out a little bit. Now we're kind of like balancing out the front of the face and the top of the face. I still think we still have a lot of top of the head. You know, we don't normally see, like if we're seeing more of the top of the head, it's because I'm rotating my head down and foreshortening the front of my head. And so I'm seeing less of the front of my face, right? So if I'm seeing more of the top, I'm seeing less of the front. If I'm seeing more of the front, I'm seeing less of the top. Like we don't get normally, unless we had some like crazy wide angle camera, we wouldn't really see, you don't get to have everything. You have to choose basically. Right, so already this feels nice. And we'll kind of lock in the side of the head a little bit earlier too, just to give that jaw a little bit more definition. All right, and then I'll just I'll bring this in too. Right, and now this feels a lot more natural, right? It just felt like we were trying to have our cake and eat it too in like every area of the form. So keep practicing, you know, your drawings from reference too. That you can see how this stuff works in real life. You know, it just takes time. It's hard to have an intuition for where the head is, or how much, you know, the top of the head, the front of the head is, if you haven't drawn it from imagination before, you know. So it just takes time. Yeah. Cool. I think it's a big difference to make it feel more natural. And I think you could still, you know, make the features much larger too. Like these eyes are really, really tiny. You know, normally we have one eye distance in between the others. You know, when we're stylizing and pushing stuff, it's okay to make decisions like that. But they're like super tiny. And if it's you can make a decision like that, but you have to think about like what it says about the character. So I'm not sure in this instance it's helping the character in any particular way. I probably could have just hand painted this like much better, much faster than trying to rescale it. Now it looks kind of like a frog. Okay, cool. So that's the big drawing stuff, and I'm gonna come back to those ideas as I go to the next category of people here. This next category of people, I think, had good orc like designs, but the rendering and drawing could be improved a little bit. After that, I have people who I think had good, like, decent rendering and drawing, but like the orc design could be pushed a little bit. That's pretty good. People after that, I have less and less words for. Okay, so let's do some peoples who I could push kind of the drawing into the next stage. Okay, let me think here. So with this one, it kind of looks like you just drew a reference photo, you know, with this one I'm talking about. In the drawing of the reference photo it's okay, but it doesn't really give orc. It looks like maybe you got a reference photo and you tried to put some like ears on, and maybe this is like a little beard and there's some tusks. But I think that the reason why, and I'm almost certain you used a reference photo for this, is because, you know, maybe it's not very comfortable for you to draw from your head and to draw from imagination, to play around with some of those form ideas. So I would really stick you probably, I gotta restart my Photoshop file. I would stick you in the same group as these people, really. Where you do want to practice rotating this stuff, like coming up with different shape design and different ideas, you know, but for drawing stuff, like we're looking down on this head, right? So if the head is a box, you know, we do have like a pretty downwards looking angle here, right? I'll say like this is like the box of the head, sure. We're not really seeing too much of either side. Maybe it's like a little bit of a side. You know, we get like the top of the head, and then there's the forehead, which kind of slants down into the rest of the head. And then we have the visor, which kind of cuts inwards, right? And there's a segment that cuts in, right? And then we have like the muzzle of the mouth, right? This is like egg-shaped cylinder. And then we have like the cylinder on the bottom, right? And we're seeing kind of a lot of both sides, which is kind of okay. But if we're looking down on somebody and they have like tusks, right? If those tusks are on the bottom, then they're going to be coming up at us, right? You know, these could be top tusks too, which kind of give more like vampire. But either way, I'll draw them coming up. Right, if we have top tusks, I'll make them kind of wider. Like we want to push our design choices on this guy. We want to make him feel like an orc, not like, this kind of looks like Nosferatu. Right, so those lips got to come out and around and give space for those tusks. We got to have enough room. Right, and in general with the orcs, kind of, we get this smoother top area of the lip that comes down. We don't see like all the teeth. You know, it's kind of hard to look at me from an upwards angle and see all of my front teeth. Like, I guess you can a little bit. You know, maybe we'll put like a little sliver in there. You don't see it super strong though. Make sure there's kind of enough room to have those lips jutting out. So now, like, immediately, a little bit of a stronger design feeling. And, you know, maybe I should have put you in this group down here. We'd also want to, you know, complement that if we want it to feel more orcish with like a bigger jaw too, right? And I think this is kind of the danger of using a reference photo and trying to like turn it into an orc, because you tend to make a lot of decisions that are, slavish to the reference photo instead of coming up with a design first and then finding, a reference to figure out what an ear looks like or something, or what a cow looks like, and the ears look okay. And, we would also have probably like a wrinkly brow, right? An orc would probably have wrinkles. They'd probably have a big brow, a much stronger brow line coming down, more aggressive one. And then you got to be careful on the symbol drawing too, right? Remember, if we're looking at a sphere and we're kind of looking downwards on somebody, that eyelids, they're wrapping around this way, right? Because if we're looking down on something, all the lines, if we wrap a rubber band around the ball, they all face downwards. If we're looking up on something, we wrap rubber bands around it, those lines, they wrap upwards, right? So here you're kind of just like sticking the eye almond shape onto the area. But in actuality, we're going to have an eyeball that's probably even partially covered by the brow because those brows are going to be strong and coming forward, overlapping it, which is going to give us an even greater feeling of form. This bottom lid, wrap around. And it's a little bit more orky, but it's tough to start from something that's so realist and turn it into, and instead of like messing around with a bunch of shape designs and then trying to like make it up or add in the realism later. The next challenge is going to be drawing figures every day. Okay, quick sketch. I'm just trying to do a few figures every day. That will be the goal. I'll post about it tomorrow. Okay, cool. So this was supposed to be the category of ones that have like decent design, but just need like some stronger drawing. So this looks okay. Like we got a head. I like kind of this like female troll design, right? We got this nice brow, which comes up, and this is nice and chunky. We're looking upwards at this person. Try to put in harder lines for, stronger plane changes, right? Like a brow is a really strong plane change. So it does have a hard line and a hard shadow. Otherwise, if you don't put that in there, it means that it's a soft change. But it's not a soft change, Right? And those eyes are going to fit under that brow. Right? So there's like a little bit of overlapping, of nestling. Right, like this. Where the brow is just on top of it, protecting it, keeping it safe inside of this socket. Yeah, this is like a friendly orc that mixes you potion ingredients. And then we're going to have the hair, which that hair is going to not exactly go straight up. Well, I guess maybe if it has like a bun or something, we could do that. But try to, before you like put in all these scratchy lines, fill it in with like just one solid consistent tone, because that's what hair looks like. Hair doesn't, you don't actually perceive all the little scratchy lines. And if you want to like take an eraser and like put a grouping of or a designed shape of shadows into it, be my guest, but first work with like the big mass before you get into the little things. And then like you got this cool top knot, which I like this, right? That is tied with these like bones. I'd make the bones like a little bigger. We're not getting like that much foreshortening where this would be significantly smaller. If that were the case, then this jaw would be huge, because if we're foreshortening that quickly, then we would have to make the front end much larger too. So like, we can make the bones like a little bit bigger. If this one's coming this way, you'd probably have one going the opposite way. I don't even think you'd see it. Really? These could be like little chicken wing bones, I guess. Kind of just, I think it's too upwards of, it's a difficult, oh, it's because she's like this, right? It's tough to show stuff like this when you're, leaning it and tilting it away. Yeah, we'll break this, like the construction here is decent. But I think you can kind of push things further and break it down into like another level. Learn how to render stuff out a little bit tighter. I think you've kind of gotten the primary forms for the most part, but then like, okay, we got this fill trim area, right? This is our lips. Let's have some space under those lips where we can really see them come forward. I like this. You can really feel that tusk wrapping in there. Like, where does this go and come off of? All right, like let's make one like a little bit bigger than the other just for design's sake. Just for some, I think some asymmetry always helps. I think we can do a little bit more with this nose. We are looking up at it, so it's gonna be quite foreshortened. So normally if you're looking up at a nose at a good amount, that tip of the nose is like intersecting with the eyeballs, basically. Remove the lighting from here. You get some wrinkles in here too. And let's pull this chin out a little bit and make sure we get kind of the underside of the chin too. Oh, and let's have the mouth. This is like an important tip for you guys. I lost my tooth. If you are going to have details near the edge, break the silhouette with them. Right? Like you don't want everything to fall within the silhouette. Because then it just becomes kind of boring, right? So the tooth is overlapping the cheekbone, the lip is overlapping the tooth, and then like, oops. We're gonna have the chin. Which will be overlapping this stuff, right? Yeah, so I think you just push stuff like one level further, right? Before, after. And it's really not even that much. Like I didn't actually really even increase the resolution of the drawing. I just like made the things bigger. I made the design decisions like a little bit larger, right? And like you don't have to have like a graphic outline around stuff like this. Like if you do want to realistically render this, like it wouldn't be quite so graphic. But I don't have time to get into the rendering, so I'm gonna move on. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Like this is good, right? Like this has a lot of the ideas that are very goblin-y in it. I think like this kind of hatchy render technique and some of the not confidence could just be improved, and you could You could push this a lot further because I think like I really like the shape design here. This is a cool eye shape. That's sassy as hell, by the way. This reminds me of like how like drag queens do their eye makeup, or like bring the eyeshadow up like super far or something. Super strong brows, right? Like these are kind of interesting ideas that are happening in this, and that I think you could just like spend a little more time on it and push it further. And maybe you're running into the limit of your knowledge. But that's a good thing. All right, so like we have a light source coming from like the top right, it looks like. So let's just carve in some more like graphic lines. I'm gonna give like a little bit more of a brow here. And I'm gonna try and keep that kind of rounded shape. Like this rounded shape here, and I will here as well. What would this goblin do? You know, like what's their profession? Probably like judging people. Maybe they work at like a library or something. Not quite old enough for that though. Oh no, this looks like a. They run like a nightclub or a coffee shop. This is a barista goblin, and they get really mad at you when you don't know the complicated 20-word arrangement of your coffee that you need to say perfectly in order for them to understand. All right. This is the nose here. Nose has a top to it, right? If it's just like a box, then we just have a top and a side like this. A little bit more complicated. We look at like the top of a nose. How do I want to draw this? Maybe like this. Judges you for taking oat milk? Maybe for not taking oat milk. For torturing a cow just for your coffee. That's what he would say. The nose, like this is the most basic arrangement of a nose, but this is our brow bone, and the nose kind of comes in. How do I want to do this? From the center line, the nose kind of has like this diamond shape to it. In the bridge area here. And then it comes in to the tip of the nose, which has these big wheel-like cartilages. I don't know why I can't say that. Which splits the center of this and comes down and off on either side. So you get kind of this like pushing in around here. Comes out to this like diamond shape. Right. And then you get to that center cartilage. All right, and we can like make this shape like a little bit more clear. I think. Methinks. I thinks. And when I said with the last person, like if you're going to make something on the silhouette, like make it clear, make it overlap. Like it just looks so much, look how nice this looks when we just have like a really clear overlap here. That feels really good, you know, and if we got like a little fang going on here, then let's make it, you know, super clear. And let's make the mouth go up and around it, right? And even you can have like a little pocket in here where it's going to catch extra light from being pushed up on. And that gives that like a kind of disgusted look, which I think really enhances this. The jawline, boom, boom, boom. This guy would definitely have gauges. What do gauges look like? Just do that. Top of that year. Years are kind of like a Y, a question mark with a Y in it, like basically an year. You can kind of like cheat an year pretty easily. Right, back of our skull. And I kind of like this. Back of our skull, maybe he's got like a tall, lumpy head. I think goblins kind of should have lumpy heads. Cool, very good. Ears a bit far back. You know, the jaw comes up like this. Yeah, it could connect on a little bit earlier, but looks a little better. Yeah, I agree. Is it the smell? Oat milk tastes like... What does oat milk taste like? It tastes like nuts, but in the worst way. It doesn't... I don't... oat milk and coffee, like, I'm not... I'd much rather have, like, soy milk. I'm Soylent maxing. Okay. Let's kind of speed through some of these. You know, basically here, like, the same kind of... Like, you have really nice, clear design and shape. Like, these are awesome. This is super cool. Like, you have really nice, clear design shape decisions, like, in here. And then I feel like you come to the painting, and a lot of that is really not... It's getting kind of, like, mushed away in the painting, basically. And I actually think, in general, like, almost all of these have better... I feel like they have way better shape design than these, which is kind of interesting. Like, especially this one. It kind of just feels like a very, you know, generic rectangle shape. And I think you have, like, really interesting ideas in here. Part of it, I think, is just clearing up, like, the light source. Like, I think you have very not clear light source, so we'll just make it coming from the top. This is making it feel a lot better already, actually. Oh, lag. Right. I would probably connect stuff to a neck. Feels like a little weird for this head to be floating. And I want to, like, push the goblin-ness of this, right? Like, this kind of just feels like a messed up person, right? Or the orcishness of it, right? Like, let's push some of those tusks a little bit more crazy. You know, you wouldn't have, like, your mouth wouldn't be hanging that far agape. Your lips would also wrap around the tusks. Oh my god, I gave her horrible Botox. I gave her terrible Botox. Let's push that top lip down a little bit. Right? Feeling a little bit more kind of orky, goblin-y when we do that, right? I like kind of the dead eye. That's kind of interesting. I feel like, if the skin's not green, then she's not clean. I really don't know where I was going with that. It's just, if the skin's not green, that's not very goblin-y, you know? I should have adjusted the proportions first. I think that the thirds of the head are just, like, way too even, too. Now I'm like, I fucked this shit up all up. Yeah, I think there's just maybe like an indecisiveness or a lack of confidence in the painting that is causing you to kind of lose a lot of like the really nice like design stuff that you're clearly capable of. Now let's push these ears. They're like a little bit too human-sized. Get a little bit of shadow under here. This is starting to feel, I think, a lot more kind of troll or whatever-ish, which is a good thing. A little bit more fantastical. Right, you know, maybe there's like, we saw like war paint on their face too. This looks like somebody who's probably been in battle. I'm really scribbling at this. I like these. I think like, if jewelry is their thing, then I would like fucking pierce the shit out of everything. You know, pierce their dead eyeball. Or eyelid. Right? Like, that's badass. Like, an orc would do something badass like that. Like, they don't care. And then maybe you could, yeah, like, do some war paint or something. Right, you'd have some sort of, like, design. I think if I made this green, it would look fine. How do I merge just this onto your layer? Let me grab this, go to here, go to here, merge layers, and colorize. Yep. It's a good orc now. It's got to be green. I think if it's green, it looks like an orc or a goblin or something. But you know, when it's skin colored and when it looks like a little bit more human like that, then it's, you know, it's tough to make into an orc. Yeah, but I think like you really want to keep these ideas. Like, don't make a thumbnail that has like this sort of really nice shape language and then like muddy it all away in the painting. Because like clearly you know a thing or two from these. Okay. Cool. Reading chat. That's really what I want with y'all, is just to get more comfortable like pushing your design ideas. You know, pushing your shapes, like not being you know, knowing how to rotate your forms, but not being like a slave to them. Yeah, this is a really good orc design, right? Like this is like a pretty classic World of Warcraft style orc. I like the facial hair a lot. You got some sort of, he's just got a full-time axe sticking out of his head, which is cool. Like, you know, he keeps that there. Like he doesn't care. You know, maybe it wouldn't be freshly bloody. Maybe that that just happened. I do think that whatever these things are, I can't tell if they're like earrings or attached to his ear. They feel very flat. I don't know what they're attached to, if it's behind his head or something. It definitely feels like it's flattening out. And I think you have just not picked like you've been like maybe conservative with the lighting. So I think the next step to push something like this would be just to push the light source, right? Like if we have a light source, you know, we've been doing like kind of top down. Let's do bottom up. Let's do bottom up from this side. Okay, so we'll get a darker color. Get more saturated. And every plane that's facing upwards is going to get shadow, right? Top of the lips. You know, lips probably a different color from the skin, by the way. Top of the lips, top of the cheekbones, top of the nose, top of the brow, top of the morning to you, laddies. Right, this is the scary, like, Halloween lighting. I just looked behind me like I was scared of something behind me. I was just curious if my light was still on. There's nothing behind me, I promise. It's not like that one who remembers the 2024 Halloween stream? I got you guys good that time. Right. You're going to have a light source that's coming upwards. It's hitting any plane that's facing downwards. Now, even if the light was coming from above, by the way, it would be the same shit, right? But just different direction. But everything facing upwards would get light, everything facing downwards. Those whites of our eyes get a lot darker too, right? And whites of eyes are really never gray, by the way. They're really just reflecting the color of the skin near them, but just like a little more desaturated. And they're normally almost never white either, so. Same with our eye pupils or irises, like they're normally very dark. I mean, it depends, but not super saturated in color. You know, and this far side of the face is definitely a little bit too, you know, it could be a little bit wider. So it feels like it's getting squished a bit more. Vampire Jake, yeah. Jake, do you play D&D? I've never played D&D. Well, I did like a couple times in high school, but I never got more than like one session in, so. But I've watched a D&D podcast recently, which I really enjoyed watching. It was fun. Watched the Yard D&D podcast. It's really funny. Yeah, I would like to play D&D. It's a big time commitment, and it's tough to organize stuff like that. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to move the eye, but I'm gonna move the eye. Move that whole eye out here. In my attempt to not redraw stuff, I end up doing it in such a way that I should have just redrawn it from the start properly, which is a nice thing that we probably all do frequently while painting and drawing too. In order to attempt to not be lazy, we do something in the worst way possible, and it creates way more work for us than if we just did it the right way at first. Make these lips like reddish or pink or brown or whatever. All right, so there's like some color choices that need to be made for this stuff. How do I want to do this? This is going to be like a halftone plane. I chose like a difficult angle because I hate myself. I should have done the top-down lighting. Who was I joking? Who was I kidding? All right, we got the lips. The underside of the lips would get a little bit of light. You know, this beard would too. The top plane of the chest or shoulders would get shadow. All right. Front plane would get light. There we go. Some of this is starting to feel a little bit more resolved now. You know, so this is where like it would help to do some studies of stuff, so you can get a better feeling for like how color shifts with different materials over skin. You know, looking at different skin color temperature and stuff as you paint just normal realist portraits. Like, you'll get a better, like, more intuitive idea of how these things work. I think we could also like really push this jaw a lot more. You know, and this beard's probably going to be like grayish, brownish too. Much too light. All right, so just like pushing the lighting on this stuff, right? Before, oh, I drew on the layer too. Somewhat before and after. Right, it just feels like a little bit more 3D. When we adhere to how light works and how they hit planes. Oh, dwarves would be a good one. Dwarves would be a good challenge. Also been watching Yard D&D? Hell yeah. His nipple shouldn't be there. There's bigger problems to... Bigger fish to fry than nipple placement. We got Potluckins. I haven't seen him in chat, I don't think. Pot, these are good. Yeah, I think I won't critique you on the airbrush soupiness. I think like just doing like a lot more sketching and just being kind of more comfortable with like pushing these shape ideas is a good thing. Like this is kind of a cool like blocky head. Like what would this head look like? You know, it's maybe like a little bit too blocky. Like what would happen if we made this head a little bit, you know, larger so that we could draw it easier? How would we design this head with this very blocky feeling, but also, you know, not being super stilted front plane, side plane? You know, what the eyes look like in there? What would those... How would the brows sit on a guy like that? Look at these like chunky ass brows. Big cheekbones. It's got this kind of giant rounded nose, which is kind of funny in contrast with everything else. All right, yeah, just kind of pushing stuff, making it bigger, working out these ideas. You know, these look like nice little sketches. You know, maybe they take you 20 minutes or 40 minutes each or whatever. I'd make them bigger and try to push this stuff, you know. If you kind of make everything like some sort of super difficult, grand gesture, and then you're like, oh, thank God I'm done after those sketches. I hate designing things that are super hard, then it's always going to be super hard. But if you kind of push through it a few times and you kind of get to that next stage, well, you can make it normal. You can make it just a thing that you do. Interesting eye shape. This looks like a sort of like French, like this is a French golem or golem or orc or goblin with a mustache. Cool. Yeah, same with this. It's kind of I talked to you guys about this kind of every crit, right? Where like a lot of you guys, you're beyond kind of the stuff I was talking about up here. Where like, yeah, you do know what a head looks like slightly when it's like rotated a little bit more, or in a 3/4 perspective. But then you hit this stage and you're like, oh, I don't know what to do next, right? So we do have a head that's like this. Right, this is our basic head form. Got 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. You did kind of keep the thirds like pretty basically 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. So I would, you know, make some changes in that, right? Like that's what's going to actually cause stuff to feel more fantasy, more interesting. I like the big nose. That's cool, right? Like maybe we could push that nose down and like hook it in more or something. But you know, the design of this is fine, right? I think it's totally fine. And then like maybe we just edit the third by doing this. You know, look how much more goblin this feels, actually. I didn't really intend to do this, but... You know, it feels like a little bit more goblin-y, right? When we just, like, shuffle around the proportions a bit. But then, you know, the thing that I see with you guys is, like, okay, I can get, like, front plane, side plane, right? There's our side plane. Really, if the side plane should be all the way up to here, by the way. This is where the head turns, up here. You know, you kind of like an okay idea of that. Got light kind of coming from the front of this guy. but there's not really another like next breakdown of what's happening. So again, like let's push stuff like outside the silhouette. Let's push those lips out a little bit further, and let's make kind of a change in the silhouette. That way we can really feel. Got this big schnoz that comes out. Like this. Right? We're making a change in the silhouette so we can really see and feel this lip come out and around. Maybe this lip is catching a little bit of light from the front. The top plane of the chin here is the front of the cheekbone, front of the face here, and then maybe we catch some light riding back on the cheekbone a little bit. Like this. Front of this forehead, right? Here's our forehead. And then that's going to break and start going back to the top of our head, right? So it's going to have to get darker at that point. Carve in the side of that box right there. Maybe two sides of our forehead will kind of slant like this, and we'll get plane change as a new value. Of course, right? Top of our cheekbones. Top of our nose. All right, the underside of that nose where stuff is curving around, and maybe we could even get, it's probably a little bit too dark for that. I really want to like push the saturation of this stuff too. In here. And when we have like a big nose that's going to come up, like it's going to cause a furrow, right? It's going to cause the skin to fold in really rapidly. We get a rapid change in value. Right? And we get some bunching of the skin on the other side that would catch a highlight probably too. Right. And we'd also get, you know, maybe these like bags on the eyes. Kind of getting a lot of like downcasting shadow here, but it wasn't really reflecting in other places too, so. Not sure we need it. All right, so we're digging like one level deeper. I think you got like a nice block out. But what's the next level? What are those secondary planes? You know, how do I push in? How do I carve out that stuff? You know, the only way to actually learn this stuff is to do slower, longer studies of portraits. You know, where you're really breaking stuff down, where you're understanding where you're looking at. Maybe you're looking at some books that have some like anatomy and form diagrams in them to help you understand, or you're sketching those out. Takes time. It's hard. And it takes some trial and error too, right? I know that the skull kind of comes out and wings outward over here, and so we catch a little bit more light over here. And then, you know, our shadows will be darker too. We don't want to be scared of... We don't want to be scared of shadows where we need them. Same with our saturation too. I think there's a lot of like really conservative saturation choices that were made here. And there's no reason for it really. We probably wouldn't get that dark in the ears just because they're like semi-transparent. I think we could do like a little bit something else with this ear, just kind of folding it off like that and maybe giving it a little bit more like We have like this little section here that kind of wings out at the base. Comes up like this. Catching a little bit of light from above. Oop, from above. It's like a little bit dark, just because the rest of the values now aren't keyed to that level of darkness. So it's something you want to start earlier. That way it doesn't, not everything has to get rekeyed to that value. But, you know, okay, just like design changes, right? Kind of push those proportions, push the thirds, and added some extra plane changes. Kind of made the light make sense. Cool. This person did an ink. I'm going to start skipping around a little bit. Sorry, guys. It's just, I'm going to be getting to the point where I'm saying like the same thing every time. You did an ink. It's a cool medium. It's tough to do for, you know, designing things. So I think you could, you know, break stuff down, you know, get into the secondary planes on a lot of the stuff. And also I'd want to, you know, maybe feel like, get a little bit more like extra flesh, like wrapping around the stuff too, especially because this guy's kind of like, very square and he's kind of fattish, you know, he's got like these very like hanging jowls and stuff. So I would kind of make sure that we have the feeling of lots of like skin folding and extra skin all over the place. Maybe some more design in the nose here too, right? Same thing that I've been saying to a lot of people. This person, this one, you know, it looks nice and I really like, you know, the scene and the environment. You're one of the few people here that made, you know, like an illustration. Like this is like a goblin detective. But I think you forgot to make him like a goblin because you're so caught up in that. You know, this is like pretty much just a person with the kind of weird colored skin. So you need to push the proportions, you know, to something like this or, you know, to something like anything, right? And, you know, I'd probably push the colors too because I think goblins probably should be green if you want them to read that way. But yeah, this is like, if you gave him normal colors and like normal ears, this would just be a person. So, you know, that's the type of design ideas we want to think about. With you, my friend, it's kind of in this category where, you know, the design is kind of interesting, but you've done like a completely flat profile. And there's a lot of like folding and stuff in here that is hard to understand. And I think that it's just because we don't really know what this guy looks like three-dimensionally. You know, it's kind of hard to tell where these folds are and where they're happening and where like the clear planes are. You know, like where is the light even coming from? You know, it's kind of coming from like where the camera is and down, I guess. Yeah, I think the light source is, maybe it's coming from this way. Like, it looks like it's coming from this way here. Yeah, I guess. That makes the most sense. But I want to see kind of an angle that gives us more context and understanding to what this head looks like. You know, like, if this head were rotated, that we were looking like this way at it, you know, we'd get this boxy chin, and maybe it'd kind of come up like this real thin. We'd have like these cheekbones. And we have this like crazy nose that turns upwards, like Frosty the Snowman, which is, I'm making funny words, but you know, I'm just funny word man who says funny words. That's a design choice, and I'm perfectly happy with anyone making design choices. Right, where are those brows? You know, big brows in here. And then the head like tilts back quite a bit. And we get these ears that are kind of like this. You know, this actually does look very goblin-y from this angle. Where does this Where does this connect in? This does look actually very goblin-y from this angle. But from this angle, you know, it feels a lot flatter. So I would try to push stuff to draw in a more three-dimensional view. You know, and also just clear out a much more, you know, central, understandable light source. And separate your lights from your shadows. Like, there's no need to... like, if you have a hard light source, hard enough to cast shadows like this on the fingers, then that shadow wouldn't soften out everywhere. Like, you don't need to grab the smudge tool and soften everything all over the place, because it just makes every... You know, a shadow is just a description of how soft a corner is. So if you have a sharp corner, then it should always have a sharp shadow. And so in this case, if the light's coming like this, you know, maybe you would be getting this shadow kind of casting off of the eye here. Cast shadows are always very crisp, very hard. They always have a hard edge. Because they're like a projection of something coming forward. Yeah. Clearer light source would help a lot. It looks like you added like a posterize effect to this. Interesting. Okay. Why should goblins be green, though? We had a whole presentation on it at the beginning. You guys don't pay attention. Go back to the beginning of the class, you know? I had a whole presentation on it. I made a PowerPoint and everything. This is kind of like the same like secondary form stuff where I think these are like cool designs and they look pretty good. But I kind of want to see them pushed a little bit further. Like they're nice designs, but I really don't have like enough to work off of with, you know, understanding like how values would look on this person or how rendering would look or you know, more intricate details. Like if this guy's kind of old and he's got this beard, you know, if we were to make his head bigger, like I want to see you zoom in on one of these and work out, you know, would he have kind of folds and bag in the bag under his eyes, you know, like give this a little bit more of like a specific shape in here for those the brows. You know, with this, like you have just this, but like where does this beard come off of and how does it clump and how can we arrange those shapes like a little bit more in an interesting way on a broader scale? You know, we can give like that same motion but kind of add one extra layer to it. So it's a lot of the same stuff for like breaking down, making clearer decisions, because I think that the big everything is working to a reasonable level on all of these. There's no effects on there? Maybe it's just because I made it small, or maybe you're working at a low resolution. I don't know. I might have compressed it when I made it small. This is like a cool World of Warcraft style orc, but there's no hard edges. You know how like some people say, I stopped doing realism because there's no hard edges in real life. I've heard this a few times. There's tons of hard edges in real life. Have you ever seen the side of a table, you idiot? There's all sorts of edges and lines in real life. There's tons of lines in real life. Wherever one thing becomes another thing quickly is a line in real life. You know, of course, you know, this is a line, you know, like, you know, not everything has to be soft, and big planes that are soft that get accented by you know, a sharp line, you know, that's where everything is made. You know, so we can have like a really nice, this is like a nice plane for our forehead, right? But then we have our brow, like throw in a few charcoal hatch marks, like right in here, right? Where's the eye in here, right? Like we're going to see the eye in here. We're going to see where that pupil is. Is it here? So you might be kind of like hiding in the softness a little bit, right? But there's no reason to do that. And, you know, I want to see you kind of push stuff a little bit further. Just with all of you, basically. Maybe we need like a portrait challenge, I guess. I've seen that phrase like a handful of times. I think it was on one of my like real comments or something, talking about like the bark plates. I've seen people say like, there are no lines in real life. That's why I became an impressionist. Like, there's all sorts of lines in real life. What are you talking about? Yeah, like all this stuff has worked out pretty nicely under here, but I don't know if you're hiding your lack of knowledge in the softness. That's what's comforting to you. But this is a space where you should take risks and make bad art and be uncomfortable. That's the whole point of what we do here, so. You know, how do these chunks of hair come down? You know, where is the chest, right? I kind of feel like this might be from reference, but maybe it's not. It looks like a World of Warcraft orc. All right. So we're getting kind of very close to the end here. It's the same shit with you. and this is like almost the exact same crit I gave with this and with this, right? Like I think this is the best example for everyone in this row. I'm gonna move on. Apologies if you've been waiting all stream to get there. So this is the category of people that I think have decent drawings, but didn't push the orc design enough, right? Like even with this guy where I think he's crying and he's sad because his flower, he picked the last flower on this alien planet and now none will ever bloom again because he overpicked them and he's wearing a bow tie. Like this is kind of an interesting image. But I think like this isn't very goblin-esque, right? Like he's got kind of this like very statuesque face. Got these, I like the drooping ears a lot. You know, I gave the demo on like making somebody look sad earlier. I think we could do that here too. Like, what if we lowered the eyes down and gave him a little bit more brow and brought the nose down? Like, you know, play around with these thirds. I think you have very even third divisions. You know, play around with maybe softening up some of this stuff, like rounding it a little bit more if you want it to look a little bit more friendly. You know, push the shapes to give meaning for what you're trying to convey. I think it's an interesting concept, and it works well, but I think like you could do a lot more with this guy, you know, basically. Let's make this third a little bit smaller. I'm gonna duplicate that. You know, I actually like, yeah, longer segment. Make this a little bit smaller. I like how this kind of rounds off too. Give him like a really rounded nose, I guess. Kind of carve the top of the head off a little bit sooner. If we have a shadow on the side of the head, it should go all the way up. Maybe we can make like, you know, the ears come down like a little bit wider too. Just flop out a little bit more, at least on that side. You know, I just want to see you guys like pushing your ideas a little more. Like we can soften up that transition a little bit. Keep it hard on the cheekbone. Really don't know. The light's coming from above. We'd get light on top of the cheekbone, I guess. Probably get light on top of the eye too. Nose. And then I think let's make that neck like even longer. And let's push those shoulders down. So he really feels like kind of given up or something, right? So just pushing kind of the character design ideas of this stuff. You know, likewise with this one, like you have like this kind of anthropomorphic lizard dude. I don't even know what animal this is, but it's a mix of them, and that's fine, and that's cool. But then I think like the face isn't very goblin-y or orky. You know, it's basically like a human face with some tusks, right? So if we got tusks, like our tusks push our lips out. I'm kind of at the point of the stream where I say the same thing for every single person. Like our tusks point our lips outwards, right? So our lips have to curve around those tusks, and we have to break the silhouette in order to do that. I use dark value here. All right, and we got even thirds of the face. You know, let's make a stronger decision. Make that tusk like way bigger, you know? Actually. Yeah, don't limit your decisions too early on. Maybe I like more of like a little snub nose maybe on this guy. Where's the light coming from? The left? Give the lips more lippy color. Right, kind of have these like big bug eye things. That's fine. I'm just gonna round them off a little bit more. Let's get some form shading on the whole side of the sphere though. The light's coming from the left. Maybe there's like a bigger design idea we could do with the eyes or the hair. Make the ears like a little floppier too. You know, I just want to see you guys like pushing this stuff a little bit further. All right, don't conform to like human proportions quite so much. If you guys are beyond, well, I have some stuff to say for these ones. It's like it's going to be the same thing I've said for the last one. If you're in this last category, I don't have credit for you. I'm kind of moving a little bit quicker now. Is Jacob watching? I don't think so. I haven't seen him. So, Jacob, like, I think you didn't draw these from reference. I think these are just from imagination or something. Like, these look pretty good, right? And then I think you went to do, like, a serious rendered one, and you took a reference photo, and it really killed any design ideas, right? Like, I think you just basically gave this guy, like, a bigger jaw and drew the reference, right? And so we want to come up with a design idea before we find the references, right? And we want to have those shape and language ideas and overlaps. Like this is so much more of an interesting design. Oops, let me go to
Thanks for just being a cool person. We need more.
This is a much more interesting design here than this, right? And you know, you could push the rendering a lot further too, but like, you know, like let's get some, let's get like a little bit of just like a color on the lips too. Yo, thank you, Murat, for $5. Dude, that thinks that's really nice of you. Thanks for being a cool person. We need more. Like this is really what we want to. I'm gonna ignore value here. Like, let's push some stuff out more. Like, you want to come up with your design and your thumbnail ideas before your references. Maybe it's got like, actually, before I do this, let's play with the proportions. And it's kind of, this one's always going to be stiff because it's like kind of back engineered, right? Like I think this is a way more interesting idea. This is cool too. This is like a regal, like royal, like aristocratic orc. And I think like that's a nice idea to get, or this guy's like mega mind orc, right? He's super smart. Like, what would the orc aristocrat look like? And what would he wear? And would he have a bunch of scars and all that sort of stuff? Like, it's really hard to find like a unique idea for this one at this point, because yeah, I don't know. Like, no matter how nice the rendering is. And let's like kind of snarl his nose up a little bit more too. Right. And push this in a little bit more. And if you wanted to do like a rendering study, I think you can push this stuff a lot further if you let yourself kind of invest those extra sessions into it. Like, because I have the same issue where I've done a lot of stuff, like, I'm really good at doing stuff like 75, 80% of the way done, and then just being like, okay, cool, I'm going to move on to the next thing because it's more efficient to draw the next thing. And it kind of is, but also it's kind of not. If you do never kind of finish stuff out and put in that last like 20%, then do the extra session, then it's really not more efficient to always move on. I swear some of y'all, I like the blue goblin detective from earlier, even though the goblin qualities were subtle. I swear some of y'all in chat are like trying to be sly about your own art. Like, guys, my favorite one is that one that I showed at the beginning of the stream with like the medical scientist, the homunculus goblin. That one I felt like was really cool. Like, whoever did that one, like he knew he was cool. Yeah. I'm kind of just like rendering this pointlessly because I don't have anything else to do. Like there's also, I think you could push like the saturation of the stuff a lot more and the color of the stuff too. Where you have light, you're going to have like subsurface scattering, which is going to increase like the saturation and stuff around the edges of certain stuffs. But I think really it's much more about like this phase and finding what works and what kind of enhances the character and what shapes you want to add. It doesn't really make sense for me to add a bunch of shapes and like push this stuff without really feeling strongly about this guy. But also this like giant tusk now and these like floppy ears looks weird. Kind of needs like more aggressive ears or something. He looks super goofy now. I don't like that. Maybe they go back or something. I don't know. Yeah. Like, I like this guy a lot. Cool. One with the spoon. Oh, you're talking about your own art. Cool. Yeah, Katie, it's the same thing for you, right? Where like we got the rendering's like nice. But it's like it's human proportions. It's human. It's a human. It's a human with green skin and some tusks, right? Like, move the thirds around. That's the whole point of this, because it makes you better at like normal portrait drawing too, when you have the ability to do that. And let's like, at the same time, like snarl the nose or something, right? Got such beautiful eyes. They're such pretty eyes. You know that? So soft. Yeah. Maybe like some more... How did I get a soft brush on? Maybe like a more... Definitely like a harder brow bump too. Yeah, I kind of like that. I like how this hair renders. It's rendered. You know, again, like, who is this guy and what's the character and, you know, how can you make the shapes more interesting? This is one I should have done a couple categories ago. But it's the drawing stuff, right? It's the drawing stuff with this one. Like, okay, so here's our forehead plane, and then we kind of like tilt off to the sides in our forehead. We have a visor. Here's our visor, right? Here's our nose. Here's our mouth proportions. Got like a big jaw. It's going to come in, connect up to the side of the head, and the ear is going to grow off of that. I think you could kind of push a lot of this stuff, right? Like, let's push the nose to come out a little bit more. Or sorry, the muzzle of the mouth. Let's push the muzzle of the mouth to kind of come outwards more. You know, same with these lips. Too. And then like, these are very like little spindly tusks, right? Like, our tusks are for showing off, for looking cool, for getting girls, and tearing up big chunks of meat. So let's make them feel that way. You know, and this is the lip. It's going to come out and around and over. There's the edge over there. Like this big area here. I'm going to keep squishing that nose in there. I think that orcs look really good with like a squished up nose. Makes them feel more snarled. I kind of like how there's like the spiraling feeling going on with this right here, so we'll try to keep some of that. And it's got to be the same on the other side though, right? Like if that's what this guy has, then let's push his cheekbone out too. Remember that cheekbone goes back to the ear, the jaw comes up and connects to the head, and then the ear comes out the other way. So I think this ear kind of feels like it's laying backwards right now, and the jaw is like stretching to grab onto it. Whereas it's really should be a little bit more like this. Tusks are the bones of the face. That spiral thing I tried to represent like an old face, like under the sun a lot. Yeah, that's great. You know, there's going to be room for that. It's tough to, you know, I just want to push like that, like wrinkles are shape design, or they're design ideas that are kind of underneath. Right. So if we have a piece of paper that's like this, right? Like, our first like big shape design of this guy is that he is kind of like a square, right? He's very squarish, right? And then like maybe our next order shape design is we're kind of like breaking down that into like this and this, right? And then like our next order of shape design ideas is that we're like maybe giving him like a big brow and a nose and like tusks, right? So there's like our third order shapes. Right, and then like our fourth order shapes is like maybe, you know, some next level thing. You know, we don't get to wrinkles until we're like 10 orders in, you know? Like we don't get to, you know, do the wrinkles until we're much further down the line. I just submitted. Can you please critique it? No, critique. Submit before the stream, please. Ideally like a day before the stream. Wait. Okay. Yeah, sorry. A lot of other people who spend a lot of time in their drawings that deserve the crit too. Yeah, so I think that's actually probably a really big difference. See, really, really big difference. Just kind of pushing out those like big ideas, making stuff feel a little bit more 3D. That one's actually, I like this one. Cool. Same shit, man. Like, it's kind of just a human face, right? Human face, human body. I really, other than the ears, I wouldn't know it's an orc. So, you know, push some of the thirds, push the teeth, or, you know, you can keep them small too, but maybe you got to push the space, you know, the thirds inside the lower third, right? Like maybe make his mouth lower, or something. If he's, you know, a goblin, then you want to make the body smaller, more frail. If he's an orc, then I would kind of beef him up a little bit. That type of deal, right? Same over here, right? Like, I think this is, it's nice looking. Some of the design stuff is, well, one, I think, again, this is just a symptom, right, of another human face, right? If this guy's skin, I wonder if I could do this, actually. Will Smith. Cool, now it's Tyler 1, right? This is Tyler 1. All right, like, it just becomes a human. So, you know, push these ideas, you know, and then again, with these tusks, one is that they're very, very skinny. And so if you really, I'm like cringing internally at the idea right now of one of my tusks breaking, snapping, like the pain that you would feel from that and the bone snapping sound and feeling inside of your mouth. Oh my God, it would reverberate through your jaw. You really wouldn't want that. And so if you had tusks that were this tall, they would also be big, you know, they would also be thick, right? And they would be rooted really well into your mouth and your lips would wrap around them, right? Your lips would have to compensate and wrap around them. You know, and then this is some guy looking up at us, like these teeth are going down, right? We'd be seeing like, you know, some gum, right? It kind of feels like we're getting a full front view of the top teeth, the full front view of the bottom teeth. Like we have to be getting like, I kind of feel like maybe you had a reference photo for this and that's what is hurting you here. Like we got to get a front, like we're seeing the top of the teeth. You know, maybe we're going to see a little bit of the front of the teeth and like the gums on top of them when we're looking up this way. But we don't get to see the front of the teeth and of the top teeth, the front of the bottom teeth, the tusks too. Like we have to see kind of things overlap and stack on top of each other to make it feel like we have a dynamic position, right? Same with the tusks. You want them to like be bigger. You want to be kind of really rooted in there. We want those you know, watch everyone else's critique. You want the lips to really be wrapping around them. You know, again, like orcs are going to have really big cheekbones because they are like more primal animals that are, you know, warriors that need to protect their face, right? They also would have much stronger brows, right? I don't think they'd have this kind of really thin penciled on eyebrow, but you know, I also mean, you know, the form of the brow too. They'd have a really strong overlap. So I kind of imagine that there is a reference photo here, and that's what's kind of made you make a lot of like very human design decisions. So really, we want to plan out the shapes and stuff, and use the reference to help guide us, help guide, you know, the actual execution of it. Right, I'm being very messy here. You know, and then just one final design decision thing is we have like these muscles, right? And it's, look, it's one lump this size, one lump this size, one lump this size. This space is kind of the same size. This space is kind of the same size. This is kind of the same size. This is kind of the same size. This is kind of the same size. All right, so generally when we're designing shapes, we want to make things big, medium, small. We want to have small contrasted next to big, big contrasted next to small. And this kind of looks like a, a pack of bread loaves, right? Where you get like boom, 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 right? And muscles, they get feeling from their tapering, from their flow, right? If we have like this is like the collarbone looking down on it, we get the trapezius is gonna like come out, and actually it goes onto the scapula, but it's gonna come out and like flow onto the scapula, right? We're gonna have our deltoids come off and flow around, and they're separated into segments. They kind of taper into each other. We'd have our chest down here, which is gonna come in. We just want to make sure that we're using shapes that are different sized and weave in and out of each other rather than like shape. I hate AI art. Well, there's been no mention of it in this stream, and there's not a single piece of AI art on the screen, so yeah. Same with this. This is just like a dude with big ears, which is why I told you guys don't do any no elves, because you guys are just going to give people big ears. You kind of did it here. And I would love to go more in depth for you, but I kind of just said the same thing like 10 times in a row, so I'm going to move on. Big muscle men look like they're wearing a muscle suit? I don't think so at all. Big muscle men look like... They look like this, right? Like there's things that are... This is coming in, it's inserting into here, this is coming out, this is coming out. Like it looks like there are big chunks of things that are weaving, inserting, and slotting into each other, right? These like abs are coming in and hooking into here, and then they're coming out again. A muscle suit looks like a doughboy, like... Right, this is like what a muscle suit looks like. Right, this is what we want to avoid when we're drawing. Where there's like not enough inserting, overlapping, wedging into each other, different things of different shapes. Especially with abs like this, like they're never like all symmetrical and the same size in real life. Okay, cool. There's just some like rendering stuff I want to get to on this one, and then pretty much done. Please critique my axe, Goblin. Aren't you the dude with the guy with the axe sticking out of his head? I'd spent like a long time on that one. This one. Oh, you're this person. Oh, yeah, I really don't much critique for you. Not that it couldn't be improved. It's just that it's at a point where like it doesn't really hit the big things I want to talk about, and the things that I would improve, I don't have like don't feel super strongly about right now. Cool. Yeah, so with rendering, we want to carve out planes, and we want to make, decisions about the form. That's what rendering is. And so sometimes we are confused about stuff, and we end up kind of adding a bunch of transitioning tones or softening stuff with an airbrush, instead of like being okay with that, making a decision. So I kind of like this like really fat, like I want to call him globulus. I don't even know what that means. That's his name. Goblin. First off, I would love to see that like pushed a little bit more, right? Like I think we could push this like way more. Really have like those bits of fat overlapping and like spilling down. on top of each other. And you know, same thing for like all the stuff I just said, right? But specifically with rendering, you know, we want to keep things simple and we want to choose our light source. We got a light source coming from the top left. So if that means that everything like facing to the front and to the left is getting shadow, then like, let's just simplify. You know, if we're getting light, you know, from the light's left side and the top, well, you know, top left, it looks like, you know, the front of the nose, the top of the nose maybe wouldn't get it. And just the corner of it would. Probably get this would be a lot brighter. You know, if we simplify and we separate stuff out and group them, we create much, much stronger effects. That doesn't mean we can't have variation within the groups. It just means that the groups have to be set up properly first. All right, so there's like a lot of areas that I think there's like a bunch of kind of going back and forth. You know, normally that's just caused by like not being super confident with how the forms are sitting, which is okay, you know. You're never going to like learn it all in 1 week or 1 year or even 5 years. But they're just like little things to pay attention to. That way you know like what to go improve and what to practice and study. Yeah, so just kind of like arranging the lights so that we're kind of getting rid of a lot of this like muddiness in here that doesn't do a lot to describe the form. I'd also like want to push the design a lot more. Cool, you kind of carve stuff out. Nice. Oh, I need to reopen the file. Photoshop froze. You have like nice hard edges, which is pretty good. But if the value changes, it means the form is changing, right? So where's this light coming from? Like left side, looks like kind of upwards left side, right? So you would get maybe some shadow on top here. I have a hard time it would dip from this light to this fast. Like this kind of really reads like the head is caving in here and then kind of like coming up and out. Like this is very confusing. Like a forehead's like gonna be pretty flat. You know, maybe we would get some shadow on top of the brows there. But it would be like pretty universally on top of the brow, you know. The forehead does kind of stick out a little bit there, so you maybe catch a little bit of light. You know, we can group stuff together, and we can also just... There are places where we can let some edges flow over each other. And soften up a little bit. I normally tell people... have hard edges, but you're, you know, it's, you know how to do the hard edges, you know, let go of some of these lines, you know, start doing your next layer of paint on top of the drawing, on a layer on top of everything. And, oops, actually, that would be light. You know, and start losing some of these lines. The water line of the eye is actually going to be dark if the light's coming from below it. And don't be afraid to use black. Like, black is a good color. It feels wrong to put in black if you don't start with black, right? Yeah, so let some of these edges kind of push over each other. Kind of hard to see. I think the light source is like a little bit ambiguous. If it's like really coming from below and we're only catching like planes that are facing downwards, then we'll get something a little bit closer to this. Push the light too. Yeah, don't only work in the midtones. It's like a really easy thing to do. Like, oh, I don't know what to pick. I don't know what to pick. I'm going to make sure it's like kind of more in the midtones. Kind of a trap. Because then it becomes really awkward to branch out because then you have to like retone all your values. To reset up like the key. Cool. Very good, very good. You can Google F-Record 3 and there's a GitHub for it. It's complicated and annoying to install and it's in Chinese, but there's an English README and yeah, it's very good. It works really well. It's free. All right, cool. Yeah, same rendering stuff here. Well, actually, you kind of pushed everything to black, but like, you know, if we get a really strong light source on the face, you know, something's going to hit this inside of this cowl. This design looks really cool of here. And it's going to bounce back in, you know, it's going to, you know, even get kind of like warmer, browner. You know, it's going to bounce back into here and we'll get like, you know, a little bit of light. It's not going to go like, probably the side of her face isn't going to be like pure black. You know, that might be a little bit too. All right, you know, we don't got to push all of our shadows down to pure black either. With skin, you know, by the way, I think we could really push the shape design and the, you know, she's just kind of a person with tusks. And that sucks because this is like a cool wolf mask thing. It looks really cool, actually. It's definitely the strongest part of the whole piece. Yeah, I don't know where the music went. It probably did the "Are you still listening" thing. But if we get a highlight on something, it depends on how specular that object is in order for it to go all the way up to white, you know. So if somebody is really sweaty, they have a lot of water on their face. Water is really specular, and so if they get a bright light on them, the water reflects those bright white highlights, and so their face is really specular. But you know, in general, skin is, if it's dry and not oily or watery, it's not going to be that specular. It's going to be a little bit more diffuse, and so you wouldn't really get like a bright white highlight here. And a bright white highlight next to a black shadow, it feels very jarring, right? So, you know, we could kind of cool off some of this stuff, especially on the far side of the face too. We wouldn't really get highlights like that. And it feels a little bit more reasonable, you know, again, like kind of. So everything I think is really pushing to the extremes. And likewise, that is true of pushing to the extremes for like the whole, oops, actually, let me, before I do that. I like that you designed, you know, a whole costume and stuff for this, which is cool. Yeah, I feel like you put like your heart and soul into this animal pelt, and then you were like, I don't really know how to draw orcs, so don't blame me. Like if you put this much care into the person, I think it, you know, it would also be cool. You know, with the background here, there's just so much information happening in it, and it also occupies a really wide contrast range. So I'm going to just reduce the contrast range. Even then, it's still like really chaotic. You know, it's just like let the main character get the attention of the show. I think it's hard to tell where to look right now. You know, and then there's some figure drawing stuff too, right? Like the shoulders really far out from the body. So just some figure drawing proportion stuff. You know, the collarbone is going to be the width of about one head. So we got one shoulder that would be right here. One shoulder would be like right here. Cool, very good. This is cool. I think there's usually darker skin catches harsher highlights because of the pigment, so I kind of like the concept of the green skin too. Yeah, different skin tones do capture highlights differently. Well, it's the same specularity, right? I'm not sure. But it might just contrast more. I'm not 100% sure. With this one, You know, it's pretty good. One is I like if you gave it like a little bit more room so we could just have like a little more space around the characters so we could kind of understand it a little bit more. You know, it kind of feels like we get a lot of face, but it's hard to tell, you know, how much head we have on this character, which is fine. Yeah. I think there is like a little bit of over rendering, a little over blending here, which is interesting because there just doesn't need to be like, you have this in kind of like every area. You have 1 tone here, 2 tones here, 3 tones, 4 tones, 5 tones. Like you don't need 5 tones to cross a chin, right? Like that's the 1, 2, 3 video I made. That's kind of the point of it. You really only need 3 for most things. And get the edges right. It's going to be a lot stronger. You know, also with like the lips, like let's vary the color temperature a little bit on that. Let's bring this a lot more towards like red or whatever. Just so that we can get like a little more variety in this image. I want to bring it even more red. Him being these kind of scars here too, like going into pure black. It's a little weird, like he's hollow or something, right? I feel like you would see, especially in the light, you'd see some sort of like flesh. Thank you. Let's just kind of simplify this stuff a little bit. This is what I have to tell like most of you every stream. You guys just love blending, but I think it kind of ends up hurting the image a lot. You know, just realistically, with realistic lighting, you know, if you got an eyeball on this side of the face, it's not going to catch as much light as the eye in the light. You know, and the eye is still a circular form too, so the far side of it facing away from the light is still going to get, you know, shadow, right? And the light side is going to be a little brighter, and you're going to get like a mid-tone in the middle, right? And you actually, some of the eye, with eyes, the light kind of reflects up and around, and so you do end up getting like a little bit of light in the corner inside the shadow side. That's just kind of like a unique thing about eyes because of their shape and properties. But then you have like, we go to shadow over here and it goes to this tone, but then for some reason when we go to shadow in the eye socket, which is an area that would bounce more light around, we go to pure black, right? So it doesn't really make sense. Right, if anything, this would be darker than this because there's a bunch of light that's going to bounce back up into here. And that's going to give you a little bit more room for the contrast of the eyelid to stand out. Right. Do I make my portraits more realistic every time? How do I make them realistic? Every time I draw portraits, there's an anime art style creeping in. Just do drawings from photos. Do some reference studies. If you're just drawing for imagination, then you're not gonna be able to make them look realistic. Learn about the planes of the face and the pieces of the anatomy, and gonna improve your anime style art too. That's kind of what this whole stream is all about. And I think, I could be wrong, there's some materials people that are more knowledgeable about this stuff. I kind of only know this stuff intuitively. But I think when you have like a really bright light hitting the side of the nose here, and then you're kind of going onto the front plane of the nose, which is going to be in shadow, I think you would get like some subsurface scattering. The light would go under the skin and it would get very saturated along the edge a little bit. Maybe like a bit too much. Yeah, I think really brightening up that eye helped the most, though. We're also getting light on this side of the face, right? Maybe it's kind of coming from more backwards. But I have a hard time believing that we wouldn't get some light. You know, maybe we'll kind of hitting the side of the eye here. Maybe just like that. Yeah. I drew directly over, so no before and after. Cool. So same thing on this one. How to blend on digital. Just don't. Just put your values and your stuff down put your values down in the right spot, and you can have some, you know, opacity on your brush. Like, this isn't a totally hard brush. You know, like, just maybe I got like this here and I got this here and I want to blend them. Like, you know, just pick the blue and then cross it over a little bit, and then pick the one in the middle and then cross it over and then pick it like here. You don't really need to blend, you know, like this is fine. If the whole image is rendered like this, and that's how mine is, right? Like, it looks blended. It's not blended. As long as it's consistent across the image, then it doesn't matter. Like, you can spend all the time you want like airbrushing shit together, and if that's what you want to do, that's fine. It just has to be consistent, and the values and the tones have to be in the right spot. Colors. But like blending, I hate the word blending, because it like implies that there is some sort of process in art that like is an important step where you have to like grab a soft brush and like, you know, do this and smudge everything into each other, and then grab the airbrush and like, oops, I'm on the smudge brush. And then, you know, grab the airbrush and like soften everything up. This does nothing. There's no difference between these two before and after. This is just a different style. But there's no difference. That could be your style if you want. But you don't, there's no, I don't like the word blending because it kind of implies that is a necessary part of art. And it's a big problem when people give like 5 values to every single change on every part of their drawing, you know. Okay, yeah, just little notes. Same shit about this one basically for you, but one thing I want to say is just if this rim light is coming from like the background, you know, maybe this rim light is coming from like, you know, kind of back here, and it's hitting, you know, here. Like, I could believe that it's maybe stretching out to like this fold or whatever. But the rim light is also coming around and hitting this and this and this and this tooth. Is that light kind of like curving out and around? Or does that mean there's a light that's coming from the side here? Well, if there's a light coming from the side, then we'd get, you know, the whole side of the face would have some light. So you know, rim light is a nice tool that we can use to kind of make stuff pop out. But we can't just start applying rim light to everything. We can't be like, okay, let's pop this out, and pop this out, and pop this out, because it stops making sense, right? I don't think the rim light, it can't curve around the head enough to like make it to here, and especially not here, and especially not here, right? It just doesn't make sense. And then like different objects that have different levels of specularity are going to show that rim light differently. Like, and you kind of did that here. Like, the hair might be less specular than the skin or whatever, or the teeth. You know, so I'd just be a little bit more intentional with that, because it stops helping and it just starts hurting, right? The image. And you don't need that. Like, this is like a decent, strong design. I think you could push a lot of shapes in here. Especially like the eyes. Like, these eyes are very tiny. Small eyes are fine. Maybe a little bit of like over rounding too. Like, because you've kind of given both of these like 2 or 3 tones, instead of being like boom, 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 like I'm a strong orc, I have angles and hard changes, it's more like I got beans on top of my head. And that's just because there's like one too many values that are kind of being used for this. When like we don't really need that, right? Like, it's okay to make some decisions and just knock stuff out. and we can even push kind of the shape, be a little bit more like aggressive. I don't think we need, again, too, with the rim light, like if you got rim light on one side, I don't think you need it on the other side. Maybe there's some design examples of that in some like game art or something, but I think the whole point of rim light is that it helps give context to the shadow side, but you don't need it on the light side. Yeah, I want to keep pushing this guy's cheekbone out. He's a big, strong, maybe a little bit too much. Like a big, strong, tough orc. And he, his rendering should be strong and tough. And I'm only able to give you a few minutes of time here, so I can't, push it as far as I would, but different characters are gonna, demand a different level. Like this whole side of the eye should be in shadow, right? Different characters are gonna require, different styles of rendering. Angle the eyes upward a little bit, maybe. Maybe not quite so saturated on the yellow. A little more aggressive in this shape. And so if you have like a really soft character, like an angelic character, then yeah, you're gonna have more soft rendering, soft curves and stuff. But if you got a big strong orc, then you want to make it feel that way. Yeah, and I think you can push this too. I like the nose ring. Nice touch. Push that. That's way better. A little bit symmetrical with the tusks too. Like I think a bit of asymmetry here will help you out. And maybe that would make his mouth kind of close up a little bit more in the middle. And then bunch up a little bit more on the side here. And this kind of gives him like, it feels like he's kind of like spitting tobacco or something. I don't know. With this more with this gesture, this one being out a little bit more, maybe this one being like in a little bit more. Yeah, same like just kind of one too many steps in the chest in here too. Probably not going to go like all the way down to shadow, just to have the chest insert and the breastbone in here. Maybe it has some sweat and oil and stuff, so it's a little bit specular, but we don't want to steal the show from our main character. So we don't want to use up all of our value budget. Our values are our budget, is a Devin Corwin thing that I like a lot. We don't want to use up our whole budget on the stuff that's not the star of the show. Right, and now like if we have some more values, right, like we got like a top light source, like let's cash in some of our extra money on like making something that looks cool up here. We kind of like simplify the areas that don't need explaining. And we take the money that we saved there and we spend it in the areas that could look cooler. Like we don't, I like the texture, the little spray texture here for the pores is so uniform that I think it just, our eyes just filters it out as noise. It'd be much better to have like some wrinkles, you know, running down here. I see that on a lot of orcs. Right. Much, much stronger design and feels a lot more 3D. How many values are enough if you do black and white first? This is the hard thing. Like, there is no such thing as like the right values, the right amount of values. You can't just pick the same thing, you know, in every time, right? Like, different lighting conditions, different surfaces get different values, right? So if I have a bright light source and a piece of metal, and you know, it's just a painting of a piece of metal with a super strong bright light source, well, metal is really reflective. And so right, metal is really reflective. So you might get a piece of metal might look something like this, right? Where you get like this super strong light coming down from above. It very rapidly changes into a halftone, into a dark shadow, and then it gets like a bunch of bounce light or something, right? But if you try to use that same value skin on skin, you know, if I say, oh, this is a forehead, well, nobody's forehead is that shiny. So nobody's forehead goes all the way to white when it gets hits by light, and all the way to black when it you know turns away from that light. You know, our skin takes those values and it diffuses them. I'm not like a materials expert either, by the way. So like this is stuff that I do really want to learn and get better at, just so I can kind of teach it to you guys. I kind of understand this stuff intuitively at like an okay level because you know, I've just drawn and painted a lot in my life. You know, I picked this stuff up a little bit. But like our skin is going to diffuse that. So, you know, maybe our skin, you know, stay nice and bright when we get hit. Probably not going to be like 100 out of 10. Right? And when it turns away from the light, it's certainly not going to be, you know, 0 out of 10 or whatever, right? I mean, actually, it will be if... Depends on the environment we're in, too, so it gets, like, a little bit complicated. But it's going to soften up a lot of those changes, basically. Right, and so, like, these are the correct... Maybe the correct value choices for skin. So, you know, it takes experience. You need to study. This is why you need to study from references and study from real life and look how things work, and, you know, practice it. You know, it takes time. It's never going to be like, oh shit, 20 gifted memberships? Yo, Dradstenberg. Holy shit. Thank you, brother. You are the #1 JDD gifted dono ever. Do a little spin for you. Oh, my headphones are on. Ah. Fuck yeah. 20 gifted subs. Thank you, brother. Holy. Some people get some members videos. That guy's, is that making sound for y'all? Oh, right. I just can't hear it, but you guys can. There's going to be a lot of those dings. Man, thanks so much. I appreciate people supporting the streams because I just do this to help out the community and to teach you guys stuff. And it helps me, you know, selfishly cement my own knowledge and get better. So you know, there's never a solution on like, oh, when you're painting a portrait and there's light coming from the top, you always have this value for the lights. You always have this, you know, it depends on his orcish skin. And there's simpler ways we can think about it too, right? Like in my course on halftonestudio.art, I hit the 20 gifted subs and then I immediately launch into the course promo. That's freaking money moves right there. You know, my course on halftonestudio.art, you know, we talk about like Lambert's Law. You know, you got to start small with this stuff, right? We talk about Lambert's Law, which is if you have a sphere, you know, people always try to do this. This is what people try to do. If you have a sphere and you're trying to like shade the sphere, they do like 100 and then 80 and then 60 and then 40 and then 20 and then shadow. You know, this is kind of like what's happening in the brows and stuff too. But that's actually really not the way that light works. And it looks very flat, right? Like, you know, an actual sphere. I'll do this the right way. An actual sphere looks like this. Oops, needs to be black. All right, like this looks far more three-dimensional because the way that like light in physics works is that light hits the surface and it actually doesn't run out of energy very quickly until kind of right at the edge. And then lots of value changes happen right at the edges of form change. But the lights stay nice and bright and their midtones get dark very quickly and then you drop into shadow. So there are like little things you can learn like this. And Proco has a video on this too. If you don't have my course. I think, I don't remember what it's called. But, you know, understanding just some small tidbits about this and drawing a lot from reference from photos, you know, getting to know what values look like, you know, painting on the human portrait and human figure, you pick it up, you know. So, like, it seems impossible when I tell you that every value and every material has different levels of specularity and there's different changes on the environment and the reflections and stuff like that. It seems impossible, but if you kind of learn just the basic fundamental stuff and you stick to drawing portraits and getting better, then and you know, experiment around with the ideas, you pick it up. You pick it up. Did that guy say anything in chat? Just the silent dono. He's sitting pretty in the oil mines. Okay, cool. These are awesome. I'm not sure I actually really even have much feedback for this. I love this fish. This fish is fucking, this is sick. Super, super cool. Like, nice gesture, too, down the face. You know, I think that if you blew, like, these are nice little designs. If you know, increase the size of these and you pushed how they feel, then, sorry, you got some more like the intermediate planes in there. Like, you know, there are areas where like, yeah, you have like, I think on this one especially, like you have a brow that comes down like this. And that's good. You know, this brow would come down like this on both sides. This is how the brow bone looks. The brow bone kind of looks like this. Right. Comes down and connects off from the sides like this. Right, and then you have your sunglasses in here. This is the eye sockets, right, and the cheekbone comes out, connects. Like this. Right, so you would get light up here, but then you would kind of dip into shadow. Actually, it's really kind of confusing, the light source, especially on this one. I think you wouldn't have so many changes. You know, if we have a light source that's coming from here, we'd see clearer front plane, side plane separations. Actually, yeah, your design skills are good. You actually had me fooled there for a second, but now I see some drawing stuff. When we're back here now that I kind of separate the front from the side, it feels like we're missing like a lot of skull. Like this is kind of squishing into here, and then it feels very thin back here. I guess it's probably because of this tusk that's coming out. So if we move this horn out a little bit more, kind of make room for this a bit. And this is what I mean, like, even if you don't know everything about drawing, you can make really, really good stuff if you're like knowledgeable about shapes and design and stuff. There's a bunch of different ways that you can approach these problems. I'm gonna use a lighter tone for the top of the head. And then we'd have this whole kind of side plane, which we'd transition into pretty quickly. Yeah, and giving a little bit more width back here is going to help make it feel thicker. Right. And, there's just a lot of areas where you had kind of 2 or 3 tones to describe like the side of something. It's not needed, It kind of just muddies the shape language. So that's where I kind of am feeling that your knowledge is probably weakest on. Like you have like kind of a nice graphic sense of these ideas, but I would recommend. I'm the lamest art teacher ever because I'm not going to say something really fancy. I'm just going to tell you to go study portraits, learn about form, learn about secondary kind of forms of the face, the planes, how the light hits them. Study from photos. Take your time, and when you come back to making design stuff, you're gonna have a much deeper understanding. Jake, I do recommend looking up the high reflectivity of darker skin. Yeah, I wasn't denying that. I was just trying to think about like niche scenarios in my head. I'm gonna learn about material specularity and different materials and stuff like that in general. I just remember that there's this, do you not need to pee? At the start of the stream you said I do kind of still need to pee. I forgot about that. But I'm getting kind of close to the end. I remember learning this thing that like, even if you have, it doesn't matter which tone your skin is, like if you have darker skin or lighter skin, if you're like really sweaty, the highlights on your face are always going to be white because you're not getting the specularity of just the skin, you're getting the specularity of water, which is really specular. So it always looks really white. So that's what I was thinking of when I said that. I don't know about a lot of things. Same deal with you, my friend. I think we just need to like, this is kind of an interesting style. If you want to learn more about rendering and stuff, there's a lot of places you could go. It's kind of this thing that I said to the last like 10 people, so I really don't have that much that's unique to add. I feel like the forms here are really good. You just kind of maybe should draw more, learn to separate like the lights and darks. Some of this stuff is a little bit abstracted too. Like this sternocleidomastoid muscle, like this connects to the pit of the neck, right in the front. Right, so this is going to connect like here, really. It does come off a little bit over here, but it's going to get, your collarbone's going to come up like this, and your trapezius muscles are going to be coming out towards the collarbone. Like this. It's going to be covered up, and this is going to be kind of going more towards the front. You think an iPad Air M3 is a good device to get started into digital art? That's more than powerful enough. Procreate is great. There's plenty of like pros that use Procreate. I was watching some Evan Amundsen, Evan Amundsen. Guy's like one of the best like fantasy character artists ever. Maybe not ever, but alive right now. Crazy good, like insane drawing skill. He does like all this stuff on, or maybe not everything, but he does a lot of work, especially like his sketching when he's doing for fun on the iPad on Procreate. There's like people online that are like, oh no, Procreate's not a professional program, and you know, you don't use it in any studios, but it's certainly fully capable of doing whatever you want. And I think the drawing experience on there, what he said, the reason why he does it is because it's much more natural. The Apple Pen is really nice. Feels more like sketching. Jake did my homework, and tomorrow's a snow day. Fuck yeah, dude. Play some Minecraft. Play some Minecraft while the snow is settling, coming down. And you just like drink some hot cocoa, play Minecraft. You're going to remember that for the rest of your life. Cool. Very good. Same form stuff as the last people. This is kind of a cool figure. I would make it bigger and like plan out some more stuff for him, you know? Like it's kind of just a naked body with a loincloth right now. Like maybe like what is he doing? Where is he guarding like a bridge or a troll? Like does he need like to have a sack with coins in it and a club or something, you know? That type of stuff. Because I think, you know, maybe he could have some more like scraps of cloth and, you know, one around his arm and, you know, maybe you could have a scar or something like, you know, just character design stuff that you could push a lot harder with this. I think it's like a nice little sketch. It's kind of at a small scale. I think you've kind of maxed out the resolution for how big the sketch is. And if you want to improve it, it would be in improving the design and of the character itself. You know, the anatomy and stuff is mostly fine. I gotta close and reopen this for the 10th time. Who's got their bingo card? Who got bingo? Yeah, these are good. Kind of the same stuff I said to Jacob back here, where it's like, it's a nice, I mean, these look just like human faces that are green, you know, like this one a little bit less, but I want to see you kind of push some of these proportions a little bit more and make kind of clearer decisions, you know, especially with this angry guy, you know, like make the brow a little bit stronger. Make the brow a little bit stronger. Make the ears a little bit bigger. Push the jaw out a little bit more. You could even like get some definition of maybe like the masseter muscle or something in there. You make the tusks a little bit bigger. You make the lips a little bit bigger. You know, I think these drawings are in the Pinterest account in the Discord thread. I linked, or I have a few of this guy saved. I don't know the name of the guy who does these, but like these are excellent character designs. Like they are unique. They have interesting beards. They have cool, you know, tufts of eyebrows. You know, the nice folds around the tusks, and this one is like, look how this folds out and around, and this tusk kind of swirls up and around. Like, look at these, the little earrings, especially this one, like this cool snarl. Like, you know, you want to be looking at stuff like this when you're digging into that next level in your character. Like, what can I add? Oh, a little ring around this tusk, and this tusk is broken, and I got another ring here and a piercing, and I got hair that's kind of in these dreadlocks? Deadlocks, the game by Valve. These dreads that are flying off, you know, back, and I got a skull inside of my hair because this guy looks like kind of like a sagey, like witchy type of guy. So these are, and you know, gauges in the ears, like those are the types of decisions. This guy's more dwarf-like, you know, he's got a boxier, stubbier nose. You know, he's got these kind of wispy shapes on the eyebrows and the beard. Yeah, these are the types of decisions that I really want to see you guys push into, so it doesn't wind up being like dude with two large teeth, you know, and he's somewhat green. You know, that's kind of what we want to avoid. I think that's something that I really tried to push in mine too, is like kind of interesting, like spiky hair coming out, kind of boxy face, pointed chin. I ended up, making the nose like way larger. Yeah, very cool. I like that you did this traditionally. We're getting to the last few here, by the way. It just feels like there's not really like a strong light source, so we really want to like pick where our light source is coming from. And with this one, I really don't know. I think kind of everywhere has shadows, so we want to just pick an area in here that we can say, okay, we got light. Looks like it's maybe coming from above, but then you have this coming down on here, so that's really difficult. I don't know exactly how that shadow would fall. Maybe it would. Put all of this in shadow. You want to make sure our shadows and our lights are separate from each other. And are in two separate clear groups, and they don't interlap. You want to take, where you're working traditionally too, like this with looks like a paper and stump or something and charcoal, and take a charcoal pencil that you can actually carve some accents that will sit on the page on like the vine charcoal, and punch some details in like that. That's what the charcoal pencil is for. You need to use the vine charcoal and the vine charcoal and the pencil, right? The vine charcoal just kind of masses in the shadows and gets you like a nice drawing, but then like you really want to lock stuff in. Lock stuff in with your charcoal pencil. Right. Also kind of hitting these overlaps and stuff in here too. Cool character. And like this feels pretty strong, if this had like stronger rendering, clearer light source on it, like this is a cool character. I don't actually have that many design things to say about this. The orc pen sketches. Wait, these are by Evan Edmundson? Are these pen? Dear God, these are pen, aren't they? Where did I just grab this from? Holy shit, I didn't realize these were pen. And they're by Evan. Oh my God, yeah, Evan's a beast. That is crazy. That's just wild. They're so good. Yeah, I've talked about like the, Conte and charcoal technique a lot in my past figure streams challenges, so you can check those out. Also the book, Drawing in Conte and Crayon. By Frank Fowler. You can get it for free online. We have a download for it. Fowler. We have a free download on my website. Half Tone Studio .art. It's a book from the 1880s or whatever about charcoal and Conte crayon, which is just charcoal pencil drawing. The download's in the Barg drawing blog post. Okay, cool. Last couple ones here. I don't actually have that much to say about these, to be quite honest with you. Just some like material rendering stuff with this one. The way that, and if you can't find that link, by the way, just let me know in the Discord. The way that light works is like I said earlier with the Lambert's law, we get like bright light, and then as we round corners into crevices and stuff, that light falls off really quickly and gets very dark. So we just want to... We just want to make sure that we have like really strong plane separations. Right, like if this is under this like giant blocky brow, then we just want to like make that known. And it feels like really wrong to do this because the problem is like our whole painting is too light. And so when we add the right values, then it feels like, oh no, like we have to readjust everything, you know? So you get more of like an overlap. You'd have like a top plane to this, and then you'd get kind of a side plane here. You know, I would also like, when you're doing like character concepts and stuff from imagination, I would really try to avoid, a couple of you guys did this, I would really try to avoid flat angles like this, either dead straight on or dead profile. It becomes really like, we don't really actually have a great idea of what this character actually looks like. And there's stuff that kind of is difficult to comprehend from that because of that. So like we just want to make sure we have like clear top, side, front planes of everything, right? So like light's coming from the top, you know. This wouldn't be that bright. Only the stuff, you know, getting a really direct angle and kind of fall off to here, and you know, we'd have the top of the cheekbone would get light, and then we'd have a transition, and we fall into shadow as we go under the cheekbone. You know, this mouth I think would be really hard to understand from the front because with how pointed this thing is, it's basically like the person has like a beak. You know, this is what it would look like from the front. So when you're doing like kind of original stuff, you know, try to avoid the flat angles. This is kind of like how this person's face feels. Don't really have like a lot of context. These final two, I love the design. On this one, this is like a really cool design, and this is like a cool pose. It's got cool costuming. There's probably some stuff you could push in that. I would just, there's like a little bit of indecisiveness. Like, I don't think you need to like round off this like cheekbone quite so much. Like, I think you can kind of square off. You did square off like the brow quite a bit. Let me think here. If you're getting light, where's the light coming from? Kind of hard to tell where the light's coming from. I think the light's kind of coming from like this direction. So if we are getting a shadow from this brim, then it would, you know, get a hard edge. You know, cast shadows have hard edges, right? So we would get something like this, and it would traverse over that nose, and by it traversing over the nose, it tells us what the form of the nose is, which is a cool thing. That's a good thing. We want our cast shadows to do that because they explain what's underneath them, right? We probably get like a little bit more shadow on like the downwards facing planes of things, and a little bit more light on the upwards facing planes of things. Just like slightly more clear decision making. Like I think, in a really decent spot here. And you got a lot of empty space. So like, you know, fill this stuff, right? Like find something to do with it, right? You can kind of have some long wrinkles, and maybe there's like a slight kind of like a philtrum that comes down like this or something with like a weird edge on it. You know, maybe you got like some like tassels or something that like hangs down like this. And you know, if you got like a you got like a logo or something, like let's push the designy parts of this character a lot more. Let's make the logo way bigger and like have it break the silhouette. That's cool, right? Maybe we'll just kind of ear. I've come off of this like a little bit more. Instead of like the jaw morphing into it, have the ear coming off of the side of the jaw. And then I like this, but let's just push like the shape a little bit more. Like coming up and like hooking in this neck muscles coming up and like hooking into the back of the head, the mastoid process. Like that might be cool. You know, this tusk comes up and it just rides the silhouette of the figure. So I would... this is really something you don't want to do in design. Like if you have this silhouette established and you're going to add an element on top of it, don't put it exactly on the silhouette, right? That's just an idea that is only hurting your original silhouette and it's not like adding anything to it, right? So like make it bigger or make it smaller or change the angle of it. Anything to like not ride the original. And then now you get like a cool piece of negative space, right? Like now you get something that like adds into it. That's something that's really tough. And then there's probably, if this is the front, oh, this kind of comes up like this. I see. Okay. And then like, you know, add these design elements in. Like if this is the logo, then let's just add a bunch of the stuff onto the character. And maybe you can kind of like iterate on the shapes a little bit and like make them more interesting. Kind of like rhyming shapes. What I've been studying this month a lot. You know, if there are tassels on the hat, then we could kind of make these tassels like a little bit more freeform and break the silhouette a bit. You know, same over here, kind of gives us a little bit of context of what we're looking at. You know, even for like this stuff, like this could be kind of a shape that is reminiscent of this too. You know, these are the types of ideas that we want to try to incorporate for our character designs. Just to really push these ideas a lot. It looks like you maybe I put that line in there. I think I did. You have like this little beaded necklace, like you can push like all of that and like keep adding those design elements, and that's what, you know, really brings a character to life. Oh, okay, very good. Cool. I think the shape design, the angles and stuff on this all looks pretty good. I would be careful about these tusks, actually. I do feel like they're kind of sticking to this a little bit too much. Like you already have that shape established, right? So like win or lose, like if we lose the tusks or keep them, then they're the same, right? Like it doesn't really matter. So I would kind of have those break a little bit more, you know, catch a little bit more lighting. Push that a little bit more. And then I would just not be quite so soupy about the values, right? Like, again, we don't need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll be charitable and call it 6. I could not be charitable and call it 7. We don't need 7 values to turn the head, right? Like we need like 3, maybe 4 or whatever. We got like a front plane. We got light that's kind of like spilling over. Right, and it's just going to read like a lot clearer. Like obviously we can kind of clean up this edge a bit. I kind of like, this kind of feels like it's melting into it too. That's It's like an element that we'd want to keep. But a lot of the critique that I've given to other people in this category. This nose is kind of like turned this way, but the whole rest of the face is moving this way. And we're also looking like straight up at it. So we'd really want to like, actually the whole nose has to move outwards. You know, and the nose would have a shape that would have a center area and then two sides. Whether or not you make those sides really boxy or round or, you know, up and in, that's up to you. His ears are also connected. His ears should be connected like to the side and then go out. His ears like kind of connected to like his jaw muscles. Okay, very good. I'm moving on. You guys couldn't see that? You could. Okay, very good, guys. This last category, people, I don't have any real critiques for, unfortunately. There is a pooping goblin. You know, not because you guys are all perfect. I think you are, actually, but I don't know. I'm just still kind of figuring a lot of this stuff out, and I don't have crits for everybody, you know? Go find another pro artist who's better than me and does free crits and ask him. You know, there's bits and pieces I think I could say for this stuff, but again, you know, I think there's still, yeah, I'd rather be conservative on giving crit. So cool jester goblin, cool axe lady. It's a nice face, nice good character, eyes. I like the hatching. Poifo popped off, like great texture and colors and stuff. Lantern, really nice color and texture and value, actually. Feels like really like, it sounds like an insult, but it's not. It feels like it's like really sculpted, like it's made of like Play-Doh, with like the chroma, the colors. But it feels very sculptural and nice, and I think it's an interesting character. You probably could have pushed some of the goblin-y aspects of it a little bit. But I think it's cool. And I love, you know, I really like your sketches. I always really like your sketches. Great shapes and stuff. Yeah, all these are really nice shapes. Canvas Engineer just went like sicko mode. Yeah, this is stuff, like there's normally like form stuff that I crit you on, but I think it's all like really well resolved in here. Probably because you just put more time into it, which is kind of always the question that I'm curious about, is if it's worth me critting or if it would be something you fix, because you put more time into. This mouth is great, dude. This is sick. One of the coolest things I've seen you paint ever, maybe. This is like really, really good. And I like how this is like really coming outwards too. Like this is, like it's not symmetrical to over here, but it looks like you got punched in the face or something and it's all swollen up and huge. Yeah, that's cool. Do you make realism? Blackheart in all caps. Yeah. Look at the wall behind me, brother. Great job, Canvas. Great job to this person. His name is Coip, I think. Something like that. This looks very nice. Very well designed. The character's cool. Yeah, I got no crit for this. Very well designed. The shapes are really great. Yeah, lots of elements of the character, like straight out of World of Warcraft concept art, I think. Likewise with this pooping goblin, who really worries me that he has a spoon, rogue. Is he going to eat his poop with a spoon? Because that's kind of the implied, the look on his face is really giving poop shit-eating grin a new meaning. It's nice. I don't really have any other words for it. Oksana, you know, I think there is probably stuff I could say with this one on lighting and material, but I couldn't think of anything super specific. I didn't know exactly how I would apply it. So I stuck you in the not getting crit category. I like the design. A lot of elements and character exploration here though, which is really good. Hevo, you know, I stuck you in here because you submitted like 5 minutes before stream or whatever. So I hadn't really looked at it that much till now. This looks cool. Looks like an album cover or something. He's not really giving orc. That's what I will say, though. It's well drawn, and I like the design of it, but he's not really giving orc, you know? He's giving a dude with tusks, with a Halloween costume, you know? But you've probably seen me say that like 5 million times now, so I hope that you have some ideas to like push some of the character stuff of this a little bit more. Everything else is well executed. So, yeah. Jake looks so tired. It's just the look. Actually, I'm very tired. I mean, it's very exhausting. 4.5 hours? Oh, I thought this was going to be like a short one. I really thought this was going to be short. I was like 2.5 hours max, and we're out of here. I need to, eat food or something. Upside down vent. What the hell are you guys talking about? The poop? I would eat it too. They were talking about the poop. Okay. Yeah, I thought I was getting out of this one easy. I did not. It's almost 7 o'clock. Wonder how much snow there is outside. Probably a few inches by now. Thanks so much for coming to the Jake Don't Draw live stream Super Show Experience Extravaganza Bonanza. We're so back edition. Yeah. Thanks to the guy who gifted 20 gifted subs. Next week's challenge will be, what's your name? Trajumdeberg. I love you. Feel free to hit me up if you need anything. Next week's challenge will be, or next 2 weeks will be daily figure drawing. Okay. We're all going to try to draw as many figures as we can. If you don't do it every day, that's fine. But give it a shot. Doesn't have to be more than, 10 or 20 minutes or whatever. Do some 5-minute figures, do some 10-minute figures, a little bit. We're just get used to sketching, experimenting, trying stuff out. That is the goal. Gabriella said nope. She's really looking for another ban. Thanks for being a good chat. Everyone was really chatty today, really active, and y'all did a great job on this. I think everyone really pushed outside their comfort zone. I'm always loving the type of art you guys are making, so don't take any critiques from me, too harsh. We're all learning and doing our best, right? That is everything.